вы нам выгодны дорог.
А почему выгодно?
С дебетовой карты ВТБ скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50%.
С ВТБ нам выгодны дорог.
Получайте скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50% с картой ВТБ. ВТБ. Все получится.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen вкус отличен. На уровень новый он, мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово, продумано все заранее. На новый уровень, на новый level. Level Kitchen доставим, где бы ты ни был.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в приложении Яндекс.Еда.
RDS GP — это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Мы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка.
Take it easy on me.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
А ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как это возможно?
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит. Это автоспорт, детка.
Вообще, за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск.
Мы этим живем.
I just couldn't be happier.
Черт побери, мы за это и любим дрифт.
Кубок России по дрифту на уникальной гоночной конфигурации Ростов-Арена. Топовые пилоты RDS GP и RDS Open, Дым и Драйв ждут вас 4 и 5 октября в Ростове-на-Дону. Билеты на сайте tickets.vdrifte.ru.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? В Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Happy New Drift, my friends. Hello, and this is how we open our broadcast, which nevertheless is held here at Moscow Raceway from the arena of the next event of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix 2025 and the 100th event of RDS. And this is the VTB final of RDS Grand Prix. In 9 minutes, we will begin the qualifying runs that will be opened by one of the candidates for the title, Damir, who has won the qualifying 12 times. And this is today. This is the day when he's got to get the 13th qualifying victory to continue his pursuit for Arkady Tseregratsev. There is a whole series of various arithmetic circumstances that can influence the battle for the championship title. 2 candidates have already been named: Arkady Tseregratsev, who will be the last, rounding up the qualifying entry list, and it will be opened by his first rival. Apart from that, there are some arithmetic chances for Georgy Chivchyan, Anton Kozlov, and Artyom Shabanov, the reigning champion of RDS GP, who, by the way, still can become the 2-time champion. And this will be an unprecedented situation because he has won one season with the first attempt, and Artyom Shabanov did it last year. It was the rookie year for him. And still, let me repeat myself, that he still has a chance for 2 titles in a row. If I'm not mistaken, the only one who has got such an achievement is Evgeny Sutyukov, but it was a long time ago. Now let's run briefly through the judges' assignment for the qualifying round. The judges are currently on our screens. You can see them driving up to their working place. Now let's take a look at some pictures, see if we've got any. Yeah, and here they are, beautiful pictures. The longest scored section of the track on our calendar, 945 meters from start to finish, including 125 meters of run-in. But some drivers take it a little bit longer, and the maximum speed is usually around 140 kilometers per hour. Then we begin the scored section of the track, 11 touch and goes for the line. There are double touch and go 1, and similarly we've got double touch and goes 9. These are the most expensive line elements from the TG6 to 7 and 8. They're pretty far away from each other, as you can see. From touch and go 6 to touch and go 8, the distance is 230 meters. Can you imagine? These double touch and goes frame up the configuration. There are 3 style sectors, 15, 15, and 5 is the score distribution. For the style, we've got the angle sectors are 3, style sectors are 5, and the style is mostly about the timing. The first sector is basically the run-in and the initiation, then followed by some transitions and transitions 2, 3, and 4, and so on and so forth. The deceleration zone and full throttle zones traditionally are the initiation. Then before touch and go 5, the deceleration zone begins and it finishes before touch and go 6, and after touch and go 8, in between 9/1, 9/2, another deceleration zone begins and it finishes in the apex of the final curve. It is a very complicated place, and these are all critical touch and goes, especially for the tandem runs. The last zone is going to be exciting to watch because many of the drivers managed to position their cars in such a way that the speed didn't really fall that much. They managed to fly at a very high pace. Now you can see that last deceleration zone. It starts immediately after touch and go 9/1. And this is the standings of the personal competitions. Arkady Tseregratsev is ahead of Damir by 181 points. Then 222 points away from the leader is Artyom Shabanov. And then there come Georgy Chivchyan and Anton Kozlov with equal score. Even though Anton Kozlov and Artyom Shabanov at first looked like the main candidates for the title, but several mistakes in a row in the middle of the season ruined it all. Right at the equator of the season at RDS Raceway, Artyom Shabanov and Anton Kozlov came like 5-minute champions, but everything can change all of a sudden because, first of all, the weather interfered. and it was really, really cruel. And then the double fiasco of the two personal competition leaders, a completely Siberian podium in Krasnoyarsk, and the entire situation turned around. But I guess it is exciting for all those who want to see some suspense. But we should also recall Igora Drive, the fifth event, because there the two leaders lost in top 16, which is not very good for their current position. So, at the same time, they managed to help their rivals in many ways. This is a real battle, especially if you take a look at it at a distance. It's a very interesting game that is going on. No one is losing intentionally, but this is how the fortune can turn to our drivers sometimes. Our partners are always turning their faces to us, their smiling faces. And in team standards, we've got only 11 points in between Takayama and Tamap. Fresh Racing and Likar Motorsport also have some mathematic chances, and they're not really ghostly. These are quite articulate chances for the championship title. And starting from the 5th place, this is basically impossible. Gaining 400 points in one event is quite possible for a team, because maximum is 471 to be precise. Now the partners, the general sponsor of Russian Drift Series is VTB Bank PJSC. The official sponsor of the competition is premium motor oil manufacturer IMOL Company. Thanks to the advanced technologies and best additives, IMOL oils ensure maximum performance for your engine no matter the circumstances. Now you can purchase IMOL products even easier on all the marketplaces and imol-shop.ru. Shipping is available. IMOL is oil number 1 of Russian drifting. And here is the entry list of a 7th event is now right in front of you. We had 38 drivers, but Denis Sorokaput has got a technical failure. And so now Anatoly Kizin is the only representative of the team, which started this season with 4 members. As you can see, on Friday, right before our news, if you didn't say it, you should go and take a look, maybe during the lunch break. Due to mobile technologies, you can always watch it on our Telegram channel. You just click a link. And speaking about VS team, every event they lose one driver, starting from the ADM Raceway, first 3, then 2, and then less and less and less. And I really doubt that we see this team next season. But I would love to see these drivers in any sort of combination, because, well, Denis Sorokaput we have known for quite a while. Anatoly Kizin, I believe, is also quite harmonically fits in. Yes, he did have some qualifying problems, but he's gaining more and more confidence, and in his home event in St. Petersburg, he performed really well. And I feel very sad for Evgeny Spirin, who seemed to have broken the spell at ADM Raceway. His qualifying was great, but still he failed to finish this season. Another official sponsor, Level Kitchen, health and nutrition manufacturer. If you're hungry, our friends from Level Kitchen have got a food truck full of healthy meals available at our food court. They missed Krasnoyarsk event, but here in Moscow, they're back with us. We've got a huge food court here. Yes, here you can enjoy lots of activities in the paddock. The weather is pretty cool. It's +4. It was +4 yesterday. Now it's not really clear, but it's a little warmer. But most importantly is the weather map. This is what our drivers and judges are looking at. It is very likely that in the middle of the qualifying it may begin raining. Now at the start we see Damir from Fresh Racing. He represents the city of Krasnoyarsk, 12 qualifying victories, which is the maximum. But at this configuration, the best qualifying place of Damir was the 5th only. Here comes his first run, and the asphalt is still dry, which is very important. And now our first contender is going on the scored section of the track. He's attempt number 1. Now Damir Yaturin, his Supra number 9, begins running. This is a very curved run in sector, and he begins counter-shifting right away, very decisively, throwing his car to touch and go 1, and on the outside edge of the track, touch and goes 2 and 3. Here, this border was intentionally curved to make the drivers move in such a way. Then he runs through the deceleration zone, takes the expensive touch and go number 6, and runs forward and up and up and up the hill to touch and go number 7. And here it's very important to collect touch and go number 8, which he does. Then the last transition, 2 touch and goes 9 underneath the wheels, and a beautiful smoky tail is thrashing through the finishing line. A great run and quite a good foundation. for a good qualifying result performed by Damir. I may suggest that there are still style penalties because I've been looking at the timer and these time marks. But let us not jump to conclusions. Let us leave to the judges. But I can tell that the run is very good, very exciting. On the edges of the track, you could see that he's been touching the white lines with his wheels from time to time, but he hasn't crossed them. And you could tell that the mindset of Damir is really inspired. He's got nothing to lose. But we didn't expect anything different from him because we are also as charged as Damir is, and we've been seeing him like this. And let me remind you, the last season's final when Damir fought like a lion, and I guess this is his effort at Fresh Racing. The reason why Fresh Racing got the last year's victory. Fresh Racing is the reigning champion of RDS GP in the team's competition. And this was an amazing event at the Gora Drive performed by Damir, but the arithmetics there was, it worked out in such a way that he couldn't outperform Artyom Shabanov, but he could only fight for the team's title, and he did everything he could for his team to get the title. For all those who is watching us, all our broadcast, I would tell that this throttle system was dismantled on the car of Damir, and there are some little details. Fresh Racing team promised to share what the problem was and why it was decided to change the system. Because there are some little details about the system that need to be considered. You cannot tell that he's running really fast at this moment. It looks like he's just sitting there, probably going shopping for some groceries. But this is the impression Damir usually does. Because looking at Damir, you may think that drifting is the easiest thing on the planet Earth. But in fact, the speed is crazy, just like the terrain is. He starts with 140 kilometers per hour at the start, then the speed drops to 85, then it grows again, and he approaches touch and go 6 to 110 kilometers per hour, then it drops to 70, and then once again it grows, and the most outstanding drivers can gain up to 145 kilometers per hour. You can see the style penalty. It is very hard to see with the naked eye, but our timing system can see it all. The line is perfect. In the angle there is some penalty, but I guess these are the transitions that haven't been clear enough. This is what Mikhail Davidyan used to speak about. 87.5 is the result, and he becomes the leader of the qualifying because there are no other contenders. But now we will have some, because Georgy Chivchyan is coming out at the start, another candidate for the top 3 in our championship for sure. And hypothetically and mathematically, he can still get a good result. He's got 9 qualifying victories, and he had 1 qualifying victory here at this configuration. I think it was the year when this configuration was first started, and then the victory came to his teammate Raman Tivadara. Now he's already taken touch and go number 1, the transition. The left rear wheel almost falls off the track, but he doesn't let it happen. And then he's running to touch and goes 3 and 4 and 5 towards long-awaited touch and go 6. And here are the most expensive 4-point touch and goes. The window cleaners are working. Probably the rain is already starting. Touch and goes 8 and 2 9s, and I think 1 wheel has been outside. I hope that I was mistaken, but if not, then this is -2 points for the line alone. What happens next? What's gonna be with the speed and how it is evaluated by the judges? We will find it out very soon. But interestingly, compared to the practice run, in the speed, Gocha has been performing better, and you could see it with the naked eye thanks to our timing system. I remind you that here it's based not on the antennas, not on the loops, but on the positioning system. If we can compare the warm-up and the qualifying run of Damir, the difference is approximately the same. During the warm-up, the drivers are trying to be careful. They are just trying to touch the asphalt, see what the condition is about. But I would say that a full-scale, full symbiosis has finally been reached by Georgy Chivchyan and his Forward Racing Z400. Because finally this run looks harmonic enough. And it's really nice to watch. It looks like just as at the previous event, we've got the main sector that will be the hardest one for the drivers. At the quarter drive, it was sector number 2, moving downhill. Here it is sector number 3 that is still very hard for the drivers to handle, which is quite sad, of course, but in this weather it is a challenge. I remind you that the speed references are born during the practice runs, and even if Vladimir Safonov really wants to change something in the process, he cannot do it, because he just says when the rain comes, we will use other references that we will have to establish on the go, because the rainy practices haven't happened. And on Friday, we only use the drift dynamic system to compare the runs in various circumstances, in various conditions. And Sector 3 is about the deceleration from touch and go 4 to touch and go 6. This is the story that is still very hard for the drivers to do. And these are top drivers, Damir, Georgi, Chivchyan. Judging by the yesterday's practice, they may be not the fastest, but these are two of the fastest ones, and you can see how merciless the judges are to them. But still, the situation with the style is slightly better, but the angle is worse, and also there is a line penalty. One wheel was outside in touch and go 9. It makes a total of 28, 32 and 26 for the line angle and the style. It makes a total of 86. And this is not better than Damir's result, 1.5 points less. And we proceed to the next contender. This is Alexei Kozlov from Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky, representing Predator Drift Team and Toyota Cresta in X71 body. Such clear lines, such an elegant vehicle that got pretty damaged yesterday. If you are curious, you can check the videos in our social media. And now we're gonna see another video. Alexei Kozlov is working through touch and go number 1, 2 of them in a row, and then he begins running into the turn. You cannot really see the next clips, and he's got to use some outside milestones, then a serious correction around touch and go number 6. But Alexei Kozlov presses the throttle and continues running through touch and go 7. And I wish to believe that he takes touch and go number 8, even though I didn't really see it. And now he's already in the last sector, and he's running through the finishing line to the waiting zone. Yes, there have been some challenges on the way for Alexei Kozlov. He almost got in the no-go zone, but he didn't. And also notice that little dotted line in the middle of the track. This is a no-go zone as well. Yes, you can imagine. This is for the qualifying runs and for the leaders in tandem runs. Here you could see some problems. You could see Alexei losing the control over his front axle for a while. It slipped. And then as he pressed the accelerator, he managed to catch the car in the middle of the slipping. And then he continued running the way he should have been. And this was quite an expensive mistake to make, because it would have cost him 4 points. And I guess in the replays we will see this moment, because this is a very, very important one. This is touch and go number 7. No, sorry, this is 9. What is so important here for us to notice is the burnout of the front wheels, because in such a weather it's quite hard to burn out, but you know the threat that it may cause. Of course, I hope that Alexei Kozlov doesn't serve us an example of a bad burnout. But, well, whatever happened, happened. Once we reach this moment, yes, this is the deceleration, the third sector, and here you could tell that he had to steer quite a lot. From this angle, you cannot really see it very much. You cannot see what happened in touch and go number 6, but you could definitely tell that there will be an angle penalty and a style penalty. This is something you can tell for sure. Also notice the line in the last sector, in the last sweeper, the one that we mentioned yesterday. The no-go zone is pretty narrow there, and you can basically vector your car in the correct way. You shoot right from the touch and go number 9 without dropping the speed through the turning apex, which became a little bit more protruding due to the no-go zone, but you can run on a narrow line without breaking the requirements of the judge's assignment and gain some speed for yourself and to complicate the life for your chaser. You could tell what happened in Sector 2 and in Sector 1. In all the sectors, you see some style penalties due to the speed, and also he missed touch and go 8, touch and go 6. In touch and go 6, you could tell the front axle began slipping, and this is a total of 22 plus 30, and it is a total of 67 points only. But he's got another run to do, which I believe Alexei knows how to use. And here comes his teammate, Alexander Abramov. He's finally back. He joined us back at the previous event with his Viper V10, driver from St. Petersburg. And now we can enjoy watching him. A little bit fried Viper. Looks like it has been damaged on the way a little bit. Now Alexander Abramov is doing the counter shift and uses the handbrake, and finally he's outside the track, and there's a big question about the no-go zone. He's twisting his car, or maybe the car is spinning itself without asking the driver for a permission, and now Alexander is touching go 6. He's pressing the throttle and continues running through this long sweeper to touch and go 7 towards touch and go 8, which he cannot avoid, even though the wheel seems to have tripped outside the white line. Stanislav Dalgik, the line judge, will have to sort it out. And Alexander Abramov finishes his first run. It is really fast in such an environment. We didn't really introduce our judges board. Stanislav Dalgik is responsible for the line. Mikhail Davidyans is responsible for the angle. And Vladimir Safonov is the master of the style. He's got 35 points to distribute. The greatest share of the work has to be done by the judges the day before the competitions. Every judge will have to do a lot of work. You can tell because there are lots of corrections, a wheel outside not very beautiful. And Andrei Pauli is another judge who helps the main trio of judges, their assistant. During the tandem rounds in particularly, he will watch the line because this is a very important thing. We saw it all in St. Petersburg. When the driver cuts the line, and he doesn't take this or that clip, and he wins some speed, because the speed is calculated as a time of the running time. But the driver will get penalization for the style, because line is line, but it's like a cheat code that he uses, and it looks like he may win some style score. And to make sure that the drivers don't do this, we've got a separate penalization system. So this is a very serious part of the work, watching the clips and the position of the vehicle on the track. What the cinema people call the regime, this is what we call here the timing. And I would also suggest that the weather has changed a lot since yesterday, because this is the only explanation that I can find why the drivers look so nervous, why Alexander Abramov is so in he's making so much fuss, playing too much with the angles, and also he had some wheels outside the track, which means that the weather is really influencing the performance and influencing the grip. But the engineers, the mechanics, and all those people will now use all their knowledge and skills to find the right setups to help the driver do his run as fast as possible. Even the practice run, the warm-up run, didn't really help. We don't see it on the broadcast, but before every competing run, the drivers do a warm-up to check the asphalt, to check the condition of the track. It doesn't mean that they can seriously readjust anything. They're not allowed to adjust anything, but there is something they can set up in their heads. For example, if they understand that they need some burnout, they can do a little bit of warming as they go back. They're not allowed to do a full-scale burnout, but you can try to warm the front axle a little bit if you don't have enough grip. But you should remember that you shouldn't play too much with that, because you have a time limit from the beginning of the warm-up to bring your car back to the start for the competing run. The time is limited, so you're not allowed to do anything with the car, and you've got to get back to the start as fast as you can. And the line of the route is pretty long. Our sports staff has to make extra announcements informing the drivers how much time they've got to get back to the start. The air temperature is 8.7 degrees centigrade and the asphalt temperature is 12 degrees centigrade. It's very cold, and those of you who is just getting dressed, getting ready to go to Moscow Raceway, please check what clothes you wear. Maybe you need to take some extra, maybe some other jumper, and also a raincoat. Don't forget a raincoat. Our RDS shop is working, of course, and we've got lots of garments available, but it's better that you pack enough stuff with you. I've seen all these numbers and I really don't feel like saying it out loud, but it's minus 11 points penalty for the wheels, 19 for the line, 29 for the angle, and 15 for the style, and the total score is 63 points. These are the wrong records our drivers are pursuing. The best result is still 87.5, the score of Damir. The next one is Dmitry Yermokhin from Avtoban team. Another driver from Krasnoyarsk on board his BMW E92. And also it is left-handed. So Dmitry Yermokhin decided to get back to his studenthood. Let's see where it takes him. This is his first qualifying run, not the fastest transition, and they have to be sharp according to the judges' assignment. Then he's running through the no-go zone, almost ignoring touch and go number 4, collects touch and go number 5 with some angle games. There is a very big question about the left front wheel, which was supposed to take the touch and go number 6. In the meanwhile, he takes touch and go 8, makes a transition for the last time and presses the right accelerator pedal to cross the finishing line. While I'm happy is that we see some smoke regardless of the weather. This is 100th event for RDS, but this is the 50th for Dmitry, so congratulations. We've known Dmitry as a very experienced and strong driver, and this is why it's so surprising why he hasn't won a single qualifying. He's been to the podium 5 times, so 10% of his events finish on the podium. That's a good result, quite good performance. Yes, he is still quite far away from the main leaders of our competition. He's got to work more on that. But there are lots and lots of drivers who still haven't been on the podium even once. The E92 BMW, Dmitry is still learning how to work with it, what to do with it. The situation is very similar to Gorcha's last year, when the person has been driving the same car for almost 20 years, and for Dmitry Yermokhin this is basically the same vehicle, Nissan Silvia S15, that first used to be atmospheric, then it was turbocharged atmospheric engine, then there was a Turbo SR engine, and so on and so forth. So it was a kind of an evolution that has been through, and then Dmitry decided to change something, and so he did. He changed the car, and now he has been learning, and he's been teaching the car to run the way he wants it to run. This has been quite a challenge. You've got to adjust yourself to the car, adjust the car to yourself. This is pretty hard. You remember what happened to Chivchyan when he had to spend quite a lot of time to feel comfortable on board the new vehicle, his Forward Racing RZ 400. While Gorcha has got a bigger resource, he's got a team, a big team, and as far as Dmitry Yermokhin is concerned, compared to the first event here at Moscow Raceway, but different configuration, everything we just saw, the combination of the car and the driver looks better, but still there is a whole set of penalties. We've seen the no-go zone where Dmitry was. Touch and go 6 was missed, and it was missed inside, which means that there is a penalty for a no-go zone, and a missed clip, -6 for that sector alone. And traditionally the style has been compromised, and not enough speed for all of our qualifiers. 74 points is the final score of Dmitry Yermokhin. At least the trend is going up, which is good. Let's see if Dmitry Sherbina, Dmitry Yermokhin's teammate, can support it. Dmitry Sherbina is from Moscow. He represents the same team, Toyota Mark II. And this is the car that used to be JZ81, a very rare vehicle. Also, it's remarkable that it has got the Moscow Transport label in it. Okay, here we go. Dmitry Sherbina is doing his first qualifying run. He's spinning his vehicle around, collecting touch and go number 3, and touch and go 4 will be taken as well. The white line is almost crossed, and the wheel is already in touch and go 6. And now here begins this long sweep to touch and go 7, up and up the hill. A small angle is foreseen by the judges' assignment, then a transition to a large angle. But it would be better if he stayed within the track, but Dmitry Sherbina did whatever he felt it had to be done, and he finishes in quite a confident way. Visually, the speed looked not bad, but now the merciless clock will tell us everything. Generally, the run has been pretty neat. Yesterday, he had some problems on the way when his transmission went out of order, which caused a contact with Denis Migal. But as we can see, the consequences of that contact has been completely eliminated. It's hard to believe that the car was so badly broken yesterday and looks so good today. How many sectors do you think he managed to do without penalty? If you said 0, unfortunately, this is correct, because this is the way it works. We are not trying to be ironic about the drivers. This is a new reality. This is a new judging system. I remind you that all this has been applied for the second time. You can say lots of different things about the innovations that are coming up during this season, but, well, you know, the organizers of Russian Drift Series have been asking themselves if it's really legitimate or reasonable. Maybe it should have been implemented like this, but a very important part of arranging the judging system, especially the speed criteria that we also pursuit, because we want the race to be dynamic, we want the race to be risky, we want the drivers to show the maximum, because it's the top league of the world drifting. Without the reaction of the drivers, the system cannot be implemented. This is the reason why, no matter what the drivers say, the organizers are integrating these new criteria into the judging system. Yes, yesterday the reference was made on the sun-warm asphalt. Yes, yesterday they could run faster. Now the weather is different, but still, this is the way it should be during the qualifying. And I remind you that the order was a draw. It was determined by a draw. As far as the system is concerned, where it came from and why it came, the reason is, when the speed wasn't carefully watched, some of the contenders, not all of them, but some of them, would simply put some comfortable pressure on the rear tires, reduce the grip, and they would simply slip to reach all the touch and goes, because when you run slower, it's easier to do. And they were running slower than they theoretically could. Then the pressure would reduce, the grip would get more, and the references were not there after the qualifying. So the qualifying is basically needed to create those references for every driver so that his qualifying runs could be compared to his lead runs. And if the difference is by 5 or 7, even 10 kilometers per hour, then no correlation can be drawn, right? We are still waiting for the results of Dmitry Sherbina. Ilya Popov is still waiting for his turn, because usually when we see this frame, it means that the title is coming up, that we can introduce the driver of Likara Derjimi Motorsport, and his first run will begin. But please notice this little seam, like plastic surgery has been done. Yes, this is the end of the season. Yesterday we mentioned that 6 transmissions were broken by this driver. Yeah, there are some penalties for the style in all the sectors, but they are not maximum, which we saw in St. Petersburg. Lots of questions about the angle. The line is okay, except for the wheels outside. 26, 28.5 and 26. making a total of 80.5, and he is the third at this moment. And now we are ready to reintroduce the driver of Licar Rejime Motorsport, Ilya Popov, number 22, Nissan 370Z, the driver from the city of Sochi. He hasn't got any qualifying victories, but once on ADM Raceway he rose to the podium. The main achievements are still awaiting. This is just the beginning of his career. He represents the constellation of our youngest drivers. But now let's go. Ilya Popov is running for touch and goes 1 and 2. He lets the handbrake go before the dotted line, then he makes the transition without braking the no-go zone, collects touch and goes 2 and 3. And this is number 4, number 5. He is jumping downhill, and through touch and go 6. He is running towards the last sector. One wheel is slipping outside the white line. Some little corrections are done in the sweeper. Mikhail Davidyan's promised to forgive some little flaws, and now Ilya Popov around touch and go 9 is also not doing everything correctly with the borders of the track. You always had the feeling that he is about to slip out. Before touch and go 7, Mikhail Davidyan said that the angle had to be fixed and held. And it is not a real correction, it is a little change of angle that he is ready to excuse, but not the corrections. On the diagram you can see some little wavy fluctuations of the angle, because sometimes it's very hard to evaluate the corrections. It is hard to tell between the correction and the little change. This is where Mikhail Davidyan has to rely upon his eyes and his intuition. Plus, he's got the drift dynamic system that can help him if there were any correction or everything has been neat and nice. It is worthwhile noticing that compared to the previous several runs that we have seen this far, the run looked pretty well. If I'm not mistaken, Ilya Popov was inside the track everywhere, and it looked pretty dynamic. Of course, you could tell that there are some results that are only evaluated with the help of a clock. But I think the third sector was really clean. It was really neat. This is something we don't see very often. Dmitry Sherbina also surprised me that he had maximum penalty in the first sector. Like, why? It's just the run-in and the initiation. What could happen there? But such things also happen. And the speed of the initiation wasn't high enough. It was 126 kilometers per hour. I'm not now speaking about the record-breaking speed, like 140 plus, but nevertheless 130 is quite possible to achieve, like the other contenders did. And this first sector penalty is caused by the fact that Dmitry failed to accelerate dynamically enough. It's not as simple as you might think. Please, dear spectators, don't you think that Dmitry didn't find the pedal with his foot? No. But the thing is that the track is going uphill. It's plus 10 meters uphill when it's approaching touch and go 2. Here are the results, and it looks very good, and the speed was okay. And there were 2 wheels outside, and our line judge Stanislav Dalgih could see them all. And angle-wise, there are some penalties as well, in particular that correction in the second sector. 26, 31.5 and 29 points is the score, making a total of 86.5, and it's 1 point to Damir Idiaturin, who is currently the leader, but he's half a point higher than Georgy Chivchyan is. And now we're getting back to the start of the first group. Damir Idiaturin from Krasnoyarsk, Fresh Racing, Toyota Supra A80, 8 victories, 12 qualifying victories, 56 event in the career. He was third twice. He was second in the championship, but he hasn't been a champion yet. So the trophy collection is pretty impressive. The only thing that he needs is the cup of RDS GP. Damir Idiaturin is doing his first run. Let's see what conclusions he made after the first run. He's pressing the throttle pedal, making a transition to touch and go number 3. Yes, he collects touch and go number 4 as well. Here it is, and now the transition, touch and go 5. And here we go and go for touch and go 6. Is this the correct wheel that is out there? I hope we can see it from an alternative angle. But now Damir is running, he's flying through touch and go 8. He's throwing the car into the last sector, and I guess one wheel was outside, and yes, this is the finish. You could tell that Damir was trying to add more speed and he couldn't hold the car within the required borders. Let's take a look at the clock. The speed is definitely higher, you could tell. Unfortunately, the penalties are also there, but, well, maybe Sector 4 can be penalty-free. We will find it out. We will now see it all. But the question is if it's 1 point or 2 points penalty. Should be 1. Now, as far as the run is concerned, it's really awesome. And you could now see a good teamwork. Alexander Andriadi, the spotter of the team, is working with Fresh Racing this year. And watching the videos from the team, I can see how much analytics they do. They work on board cams, they use the telemetrics, they try to find out what ways they could use to gain more speed in Fresh Racing, and particularly Damir Gatulin, Evgeny Losev, Denis Migal like this challenge. They are interested in gaining those kilometers per hour, and this is an important mission of a spotter as a phenomenon in the drifting world. It is very important for the driver to know that he's not alone out there, because all people are people. Everyone has nerves. You may lose this motivation, but when you know that there is a team with you and there is a person who is always there for you, who is very careful, he's watching everything you do, he's watching what your rivals do, and he is making an effort to bring your performance to perfection, you can get a charge of energy from this person, and Alexander is very good with it. We remember the triumph of the team at the Winter Cup, and the winter is coming. You see, Vladimir Safonov doesn't forgive anything. But in Sector 5, where 7.21 seconds were registered, this is 1 decimal point less than required. All right, so we can see there is an improvement. 1 point improvement Damir makes. It's 88.5, his ultimate qualifying result. And now let's see the second attempt of Georgy Chivchyan, who had 86 points for the first run. Now, this is the most decorated drifter of Russia, a driver from Krasnoyarsk. He will now have to do his best to break in the 90-plus club, which is still empty. Even Damir Gatulin failed to open the door, which is amazing. You wouldn't tell that he didn't try hard. He did try really hard. But now Georgy Chivchyan is working for the first 2 touch and goes, to number 2 towards the 3. And we can see the clip. The driver cannot. Touch and go number 4 is very hard for the driver to see. And then as he's driving downhill, it's easier. And now the largest problem is from touch and go 6 to see touch and go 7, because there the driver has got a lot of space but no milestones. But Gotcha knows what to do. He presses the throttle before the dotted line for the last time in this configuration. And in this qualifying round, Georgy finishes his second run. Line-wise, I guess everything is great except for touch and go 6, which I cannot tell anything about this far. But from this view, probably I can. He did touch the no-go zone, and he did a transition to touch and go 5, and yeah, perfect. Perfect. As far as the no-go zone is concerned, he just touched the line, the border of the no-go zone. At least this is what I feel. I didn't see the wheel crossing the line. Touch and go 7 was in a kind of a superposition. And what was also awesome, I love the way how our drivers learned to run through this touch and go 9/1, touch and go 9/2. Previously, they used to do lots of corrections, angle plays, but now we don't see it. It looks like they found the right key. This is a collective effort, because the judges are also interested in seeing maximum spectacular and beautiful runs. We remember that specific man of Andrei Astapov. They didn't contradict the judge's assignment, but it was hard for other drivers to adjust themselves to this manner of movement. And this looked a lot like what Leonid Schneider did at ADM Raceway. In a way, because what Leonid Schneider was doing. He was doing an angle kind of trick, and Andrei Astapov did the deceleration place thing, because Andrei would drop the speed proactively, then he would open the throttle. No penalties in the first sector. Wow. Yesterday, Timofey Dobrovolsky did the same. There are some -1 penalties. Unfortunately, he could do it without the penalties, but 31 points for the style. And this is a 90 plus. Thank you, Georgi. This is 94 points for the second attempt. A great result and a new reference point for all the qualifying contenders. Alexei Kozlov is back to the start. In the first attempt, he failed to do everything he wanted. 67 points was the result. And now the driver from Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky on board his Toyota Cresta representing Predator Drift team is going on his second run. 67 points is statistically too little to qualify. Everything is individual, and this threshold can be anywhere, but we know that we've got 5 drivers who will fail. So he's got to do his best, but this is the end. This is the end. And the question is, what happened? What happened there? It doesn't look like anything is broken. Is it the gear that's out? I don't know what it is, but it's a 0, that's for sure. So 67 points is the ultimate score of Alexei Kozlov. And it looks like this asset is going to turn into nothing, because this is not an impressive result. What are the prospects of Alexei Kozlov? Let's see some advertising videos.
Если радио, то максимум.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Привез вам показать карету короля дальних земель. Пробег от дворца до дворца. Не бита, не крашена. На нее даже ни разу не нападали.
А это мы сейчас и узнаем в бесплатном отчете. Свяжись с продавцом.
Получите бесплатный отчет о машине, связавшись с продавцом. Автору. История авто бесплатно.
Читайте в августовском номере журнала «Пятое колесо». Зачем россияне кинулись скупать китайские пикапы? Почему управлять автомобилем можно до 100 лет? Кто станет лидером мобильной торговли? Назовут на выставке «Комавтотранс». Журнал «Пятое колесо». Свежий номер уже в продаже. 16+.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? На стадион? Или в спортзал? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
В 2024-м явных преимуществ технических не было ни у кого. За РДС Европы, ребята, надо следить. Там нормальные пацаны ездят. Там вырастает будущее. Все прекрасно. Мы не проиграли сегодня. Наверное, дрифт — это вообще история настолько уникальная, что и сравнивать не с чем. Мы одни такие.
Шинная борьба. 4-й сезон.
И не сказали, что вы не успеваете.
Я думаю, что мы им показали, что они не такие недосягаемые, как, возможно, некоторым из них кажется.
Темная лошадка, казалось бы, ноунейм-пилот может стать чемпионом.
Повторить это сложно, а без подготовки должной невозможно.
Кубок России по дрифту на уникальной гоночной конфигурации Ростов-Арена. Топовые пилоты RDS GP и RDS Open, Дым и Драйв ждут вас 4 и 5 октября в Ростове-на-Дону. Билеты на сайте tickets.vdrifte.ru.
We're back on air. And of course, we wait for the qualifying round to continue. This is the VTB final of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix. Unfortunately, this is a 0 for Alexei Kozlov. As far as this gesture is concerned, we could see it all. You can only tell that his first run is still on. If any penalties are applied, it's unknown. As soon as we find out, we will let you know. It could be considered as unsportsmanlike behavior, and there are some penalties foreseen by our regulations. Now, Damir Mohin from Krasnoyarsk. His second run, and the first one was 74 points. He is going on the qualifying configuration. 125 meters of run-in. The car wants to drift, and now it's time to begin. The first touch and go, the double touch and go, /1 and /2. Now Damir Mohin is correcting the position of the car with the left foot, touching the no-go zone, but from touch and go 5, he's running to one of the most expensive clips, which is number 6, and then there comes the uphill run, 6 meters up, and then through the last transition, he collects touch and go 9, but he is too far beyond the white line. I hope that it was only 1. There are at least 2 border crossings, less than in the first run, by the way, because in the first he had quite a lot of penalties for the line. Not enough speed, not enough inertia in order to bring the line wider. But nothing can be done already. Every year, this moment in the round touch and go 5 is very problematic. The enumeration can be different, but the line is curved out there, just like the profile of the track. And that pocket is the place where a wheel often goes. We often see drivers crossing the line out there because at first the line goes a little bit inward and then it widens out, and when it begins widening out, this is where the touch and go is, and if you go there on a straight line, the wheel might cross the border. And this is why we have that no-go zone out there for the leader to leave some space for the chaser. And it is also very important to keep your inertia under control. And judging by what the timing system registered, Damir had some problem. He had some problem in the first sector, but the second one looks better. Potentially, the second run can be better if the wheels outside haven't ruined the picture. But this is the consequence of the growing speed. There is much more smoke than there used to be, which means that the driver is using the accelerator pedal in a more aggressive way. So the goal has been reached. Once again, the fact that the drivers managed to run through some certain sectors without penalties means that it is possible. You can get the maximum for the style, but it doesn't only mean pressing the accelerator. It means absence of corrections and a very confident move on the configuration and stable angle and stuff. -6 for the wheels. Yes, it means that there were 3 wheels outside, and in the first sector there is a lot of penalty. 24, 31.5 and 26, which makes a total of 81.5. There is a big improvement. He's 4th this far. And here comes the teammate of Dmitry Ermokhin, Dmitry Sherbina, who also failed to run in properly. We could see that his car started drifting earlier than it was supposed to, and this is why the speed got lower and he was penalized for the first sector. In the first round, Dmitry Sherbina had 80.5 points. Let's see how much he can get for the second one. At least he's got to be more attentive at the run-in without getting penalties. Now he collects 2 touch and go 1. He does a transition marked by the dotted line. Then he collects to number 2, number 3. Now he's got to take touch and go number 4 through touch and go 5. He's moving towards touch and go 6. The line looks a little bit too wide. I hope the geometry of the mark worked for the driver, who is now collecting touch and go number 7. And to touch and go 8, he is achieving the last transition. Just look at this crazy spin around. But unfortunately, he also crosses the border of the track. But what was the angle? It looked like it was very large. Let me remind you that more than 90 degrees is a backward, and a backward is not encouraged by our judges in any part of the track, according to the assignment. Touch and go 6 was ignored, which is -4. And now I feel a little anxious. One wheel is outside, and I feel a little anxious about this little flash near the left rear wheel, but no, it looks like it's okay, and the car finished the run, and the angle was only 8-1. This is the visual illusion plus the body kit shape, which makes it look larger. But there was a correction that followed that angle immediately. If it was just the angle, and if you could keep it without losing speed, it would have been a wow, because according to the assignment, it has to be large. So in this regard, 81 degrees wouldn't contradict the judge's assignment, but it's important not to make any corrections, because the judges, and especially Mikhail Davidians, don't like it when the drivers do not fulfill their obligations. At the briefing, they said that if you feel you cannot make a sharp transition, that's okay, just make it dynamic, which is 1 step less. Yes, you will be penalized a little bit, but still, you will not be penalized for a correction, which you always make after the angle is too large. And the largest problem is usually the angle correction before and after the transitions. This is also very dangerous for the chaser. And here you can see Sector 2, Sector 5, no style penalty regardless of that huge angle. Wow, good. And this is very good performance, but unfortunately there is a 6-point penalties for the line. missed touch and goes and one wheel outside, which makes 24, 32 and 30. And there is an improvement. It could have been 90 plus, but if you bring back that 6 points back, it would have been a 92. But there is an improvement, and he is fourth. Congratulations to Dmitry Sherbina. And I guess he's already in top 32. Great. Even though the event is not over yet, I guess it was a very good rookie season for Dmitry Sherbina. We see some runs that we don't speak about as a rookie runs, even though Dmitry has had different episodes and different times. We remember the first Igora, when the reductor fell off together with the drives, and lots of things happened, but he managed to overcome it all. And after a whole series of other events throughout the season, Dmitry may be content with himself. His debut in RDS GP was really positive. Last year, if I'm not mistaken, Dmitry just joined Russian Drift Series at the last event of RDS Europe, and the last season for him was his first summer season, all in all, and he immediately decided to go for the top league, and he jumped on his legendary Mark II and the legendary championship at the same time, the 100th event of RDS GP and the VDP final of Russian Drift Series. Ilya Popov, he had 86.5 for the first run, and he's currently third, but he can improve it. We've got lot of more contenders to go. Now Ilya has got a little less than 900 meters, a counter shift, initiation, yes, 2-second clips, naturally, of course, and then smoke it, touch and go 2 out there, beyond the curve, taking touch and goes 3 and 4, reducing the angle, which looks really harmonic this time. A very beautiful transition, timely throttle opening before the dotted line, a little bit of steering on the way to touch and go 7. He's got to widen out the line, and Ilya knows what to do, and he takes touch and go 8, and he holds on within the limits of the track. Visually, the speed looks very well, especially in the last sector. And now let's compare our observations to what the timing system shows. Let me remind you, it is 86.5 was the first run result for the driver of Lekar Одержимый Motorsport from Sochi. The runs of this team always look very dynamic. And here as well, you could tell that they've been working a lot on their speed. You can also take a look at our yesterday's news. There you can find some videos that confirm this theory. There are some space rocket technologies, very advanced technologies. Not every circuit racing team has got such devices and technical solutions that can set up the angle, so taking the car balance into account. I've seen it in endurance racing, and the next endurance racing is also 100th event in the series, and it's held this weekend. So this is how we synchronized with each other. Or maybe they synchronized with us because they started later than we did. There are some championships that are younger than Russian Drift Series. Yes, it's also possible. But we also have a world-class championship. At least everyone who is watching the drifting universe know who is running faster, better, who's got the best drivers ever. And by the way, if you take a look at our season 2021, you can recall what kind of drivers we had. And even though the foreign driver won, he did it with the help of our team, of our Russian team. In 2019, it was like a wow. So once again, the speed is higher than it was. And right now, it's not even one, not in 2 sectors. He was running right on the edge. Unfortunately, there is still some little decimal points that do not play in favor of the driver, but the line is absolutely clean. Good angle score. These little one-point penalties, this is about like second decimal points of a second. If you add that, the penalties would have been less, but this is still a 90 plus. This is 92.5, 1.5 points less than Georgy Chivchyan had. He is currently second. And this is only the second representative of a 90-plus club. But something is telling me that we will see more drivers out there. And another driver of Predator Drift team. Alexander Abramov doesn't have a second run, and his ultimate result is 63 points. He is going to the health group. And then the 63 is cancelled. We will see what happened. Now, Roman Tivadar from Takayama Forward Auto is braking in the scored section of the track, and he starts running through the touch and go number 3, number 4, out there downhill towards touch and go 5, and then he flies through this sector and starts moving towards touch and go 7. No chances for the touch and go not to be taken. And the wheel is almost outside in touch and go 8, and what is happening? Wow! No corrections whatsoever. No corrections. He's just making a huge leap with a large angle. Let's check if the drift dynamics has gone insane. Recalling vintage Ribina, this is not a 90 plus, because you should also consider the profile of a turn, because the angle is not absolute. This is relative to the turning angle. We are waiting for the data to download, but I can tell that this is going to be exciting. The first sector, no penalties whatsoever. Second sector, minimum penalties. Third sector, minimum penalty. Fourth sector, clean. And fifth one, clean. This is how it looks in terms of speed. The penalties are minimum. And this last sector is something absolutely amazing. I don't know what Mikhail Davidians would say about this. Would he just say, oh, well, there is nothing? But there are things to show. 3 qualifying victories Roman Tivadar has got in his career on this configuration. His best qualifying rating was 3rd. And at this configuration, he has been a winner of this configuration. Back then, Roman Tivadar was considered to be an expert in new configurations because he won the Igora, the reverse Moscow Raceway. And it is 82 degrees with very smooth angle reduction. Just like we explained, this system calculates the position, the angle in terms of the turning profile. And the angle is gradually reducing, but the way Roman performed it with a phenomenal speed, how many kilometers per hour was it? This is not that mind-blowing, like 136 kilometers per hour in around touch and go 9, but it was really brave and it looked very, very impressive. I even feel sad for the rest of the run, which was very good, because the final leap, the final transition, simply stole the thunder of all the rest. Ruslan Arefyev is preparing for his run after we have seen the score of Roman Tivadar. And now, meanwhile, wow, look at this! 97 points it is! In the first run, Roman Tivadar. Yes, let's see it, comrades. This is 97. 33 for the style. This is a magnificent first run. This is such a rare but pleasant situation when a spectacular run is also efficient in terms of the result. Ruslan Arefyev is on the start. He represents the city of Moscow, and the driver this year is having his rookie season. This is his 3rd wild card event out of the 3, and his warm-ups looked also very good. I watched him yesterday and the day before yesterday. His practice was good as well. Yesterday we contemplated about how nice it is to take part in an event with a wild card and on your own. I hope that Ruslan enjoys the process and the result as well. And now he's taking touch and go 3, touches the no-go zone, and touch and go 4. He's running towards touch and go 5. The rear wheel gets where it has to be, and then touch and go 6 is also taken by Ruslan Arefyev, who is in the meanwhile is already in the last sweeper. And wow, he misses touch and go 8, which is very upsetting. Then touch and go 9, and oh! Would it be called an unchaseable run? Of course, I would like it to be a productive run, but this is an uncontrollable finish. At least this is the way it looked. Let me not jump to conclusions. Let me not speak about the possible sanctions. Let's get back. Our sports director, Svetlana Shakhova, just explained that the penalty applied is determined by the sports scrutineers committee. The driver has been called for a conversation. He will have to give some explanations of his gesture, and then he might be even exempt from the competitions. But I hope that it won't get that far. Unfortunately, Predator Drift team has already got only 2 drivers, because we've got some official information from the judges that Ilya Polishuk is also getting a technical failure, so we will not see 2 Vipers. Moreover, we see that both the rear wheels have slipped to the green pot, and it is very slippery out there, and the car just couldn't get under control. And Ruslan couldn't do anything. Just let's recall RDS Fest, Georgi Chivchyan, and the problem with the front axle control in the green. It was a different part of the track. We see it now on the right-hand side, the broad green strip. This is where Gacha lost the control, and the front left wheel of Arkady Tsergratsev was also there. Later, I think I've never seen such big eyes on the face of Arkady Tsergratsev. Come on, he said, we just came to enjoy the race. And here is what happened. I guess everyone who watched RDS Fest and all those crazy battles enjoyed it to the maximum, because you could tell that everyone is craving for the victory. Even though this is not an official event, this is just a fun thing, and that Siberian Derby was just a kind of a way of having fun, but everyone was so enthusiastic. Let me remind you that this is the VTB final of RDS GP 2025, and this is the 100th event in our history, in the history of the main drifting championship of our country. Danila Vorobyov is now rolling out to the start. A driver of Lukoil Racing Drift Team, a rookie of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix, is now at the start. He had a reputation of a Terminator on social media. You could see some memes, but we're not in Krasnoyarsk. In Krasnoyarsk, you could buy a headlight for the E36. Here it's impossible. Now, Danila Vorobyov. Danila Vorobyov is now having this Terminator look due to the red headlight. He's collecting 2 touch and goes, making a transition, and now he starts looking for the clips in the terrain, which is very hard to do. But looking from above, you cannot really tell. 2 touch and go 6, Danila Vorobyov is running through the configuration. Number 7 is left behind, and Danila Vorobyov is taking it. And now the last transition is not very sharp, but it's steady. It is not followed by any corrections. And here's the finish. Now let's check the time. And let's recall the yesterday's news. You can always see it on our social media. Subscribe to our Telegram channel and click a link to our yesterday's news and learn everything. Danila had some difficulty looking for the right speed and searching for grip. Very soon we will find out how he handled this problem in Lukoil Racing Drift Team, and particularly the engineer of Danila. I have a feeling that he did it quite well. We haven't seen any absolutely clean style runs. Roman Tivadar was pretty clear, and he is currently the leader of the qualifying, getting 97 points out of 100. I guess Danila wouldn't have that much, but this primary analysis tells that the penalty would not be that heavy. And once again, you can see that there is a difference between the effect and the efficiency. It looked cheerful. First of all, and I remind you that Danila Vorobyov is one of those guys who was a reference at the qualifying at the previous event, at the Gora Drive. He is 23 years old, and for a long while he was the most experienced driver of RDS Europe. And it's a very interesting situation there, that the younger drivers are more experienced compared to their elders. Here is an interesting observation, but the most experienced now is Mikhail Davidyans, who is currently the angle judge. He is the prize winner of RDS Open of this season, and what it means that it's never too late to join a competition. You can do it at 50 years old. Well, why not? For example, Ruslan Arefyev joined us in a new sports discipline. He is learning, he feels great, and in drag racing he also looks very well. And wow, just look at this. This reminds me of something. Only 3 points penalty for the style. Bravo, Danila. And -3 for the angle. He repeats the result of Georgy Chivchyan, and this is his first run only. This is 94 points for the driver of Lukoil Racing drift team, and he rises to the 4th line, but he's got to do it better than 86, and then he will be on the 2nd. If it's over 97, he will be the 1st. And here is a person who joined Fresh Racing at this event, Anatoly Sherbak, on board his Nissan SX from Moscow. This is his first event as a winner of RDS Open Pro competition, but not on this vehicle. And this is technically a very interesting car, which we will tell a little later. Now, together with Anatoly, we break in the court section of the track. He makes a transition, holds on to the edge of the track, some little corrections, and the right front wheel is outside. Touch and go 5 is taking. He collects the inner clip, hesitates with pressing the throttle. Let's see what happens to the speed. And now Anatoly reduces the angle a little and misses touch and go 8. And the last sector, also quite a large angle, even though it was not performed as well as it seemed at first. If anyone noticed anything strange about the behavior of the car, now I will try to explain what happened. The thing is that some technologies have been applied, and this technology doesn't allow the rear suspension to squat, the so-called anti-squat. There are anti-squat suspensions and anti-lift suspensions. One is against the squatting, and the other prevents the car from extending, so that the body doesn't go up. This is the anti-squat system. And why it is so good? When your suspension has this up and down stroke, the angles of the wheel begin to fluctuate. And regardless if you press the throttle or not, the car behaves in an unpredictable way. And in order to get rid of this effect, the system can be applied. In Formula One, the system is used to avoid the so-called delphining, to make the car aerodynamically more stable, so that as the speed increases, the suspension feels to contract. It wants to contract, and as soon as the car bottom touches the ground, the airflow interrupts and the efficiency is lost, and then it appears again, and it creates a cycle which is very bad for the car behavior. In drifting, such diffusers and Venturi effects are not observed, but we have some wheel angle fluctuations. It may start pushing off better or worse, depending on the suspension peculiarities. For example, Lexus IS, which is a Toyota Altezza, the rear wheels tend to open up as the suspension contracts, so there is less grip, and the car begins to run outward and spin more actively around and pushing inward, as though there is less grip out there. In some situations, it is vice versa. When the rear part of the car goes down, the wheels close down, and this causes a lot of discomfort. Lots of penalties, but once again, the second part of the track is much better done by Anatoly than the first 2 sectors. The angle penalties are also there. Touch and go 8, once again. We could see it as well. And 1 wheel has been outside. Nevertheless, the result is quite good, 28.9.5, and this is an 80 plus, 80.5, and currently he is 8th in the rating. Not bad. Hypothetically, this is above the threshold. And now the next one in our order is a driver from Time Up team, Leonid Schneider, who has just joined us, and he came on board his Toyota Mark II, and he just rose to the podium at ADM Raceway, the 4th event. A driver from Krasnoyarsk, the founder of Time Up team. And right now he's going on his first qualifying attempt. The team is pursuing the title, of course, because Artyom Shabanov belongs to the team and he is the reigning champion. He still has some chances for the championship, and throughout the season Time Up team has been the leaders in the team's competition, and they crave for the top of the rating. Now Leonid Schneider is doing everything to bring success to his team. And now he's fixing the angle hard. He takes touch and go 7. And very well, Toyota Mark II is looking, and Leonid is collecting touch and go 8 without a single extra movement, and then he presses the accelerator pedal, and wow, there is so much smoke, such a thick smoky tail. There's a lot of smoke, a load of smoke, and Leonid Schneider has got a qualifying victory in his career. It was on the reverse career of Moscow Raceway, and at the reverse configuration of Moscow Raceway he has been 8th, but with such a result, I guess he can hope for a higher one, because this run has been incredibly beautiful, especially in this area of touch and go 6. Not too far to the no-go, not too close to the no-go zone. And what's important, it looked very dynamic. Beautiful, simply beautiful. The timing in the last sector looks a little puzzling. I even doubt if there is any mistake, because the speed looks so good, and minimum penalty in the first sector and in the last one, where everything seems so simple. In terms of the time, it doesn't look that impressive. Maybe Leonid played too much with the angle. He got too much carried away. In the last curve, usually the drivers reduce the angle to medium or even to small, but Leonid, vice versa, got in a very high angle. It was closer to the large, and this is how he continued the move. We will see it right now here. 75.5, yeah, and this is the position in which he finished the run. The angle was gradually reducing to 72, and as a result he finally arrived at a medium angle, but it was closer to the finishing line. He wasn't as fast as Roman Tivadar was, because at this angle you could also show some good result, but what is also interesting, the deceleration zone, I think he slowed his car down too much. The Mark II gave a little movement. I think he could have been more dynamic at that point, and then it would be better. But Roman Tivadar had a higher speed, and this is why his angle was larger, and this is why he didn't reduce the overall sector performance. And Leonid did it a little bit worse, but this is only his first run, and it's good, let's be fair. Wow! But unfortunately, Sector 5 let him down, and the rest looks so beautiful. The 97 could have been repeated if not the timing problem in the last sector, because the clock is a merciless thing. It's 92 points, and he's 5th in the rating, and he becomes a sort of a gatekeeper of the 90-plus club. And there we have Lepapov, Georgy Chivchyan, Danilo Vorobyov, a very nice company. And Leonid Schneider, we were wondering why Damir Diatulin is not in the 90-plus club. But wait, we have some corrections. Maybe is this about the last sector? All right, let me not touch upon that topic. We will see it all. We will understand it all. Now, Roman Tivadar has got some changes in his scoring, and it's 95 instead. 2 points have been taken off for the line. Maybe they found some wheels outside. But still, Roman Tivadar is the leader of the qualifying. In touch and go 7, where the line was too wide. Yes, this is where it happened. It looked like the line was a little too wide, but still, I hope it doesn't demotivate Roman Tivadar. Before the second attempt of his qualifying, well, we don't have to do anything. Everything is great. Leonid Schneider is getting his 92 points, and he still can improve his result. And now we concentrate on the driver of Takana Forward Auto, Roman Tivadar, and his second qualifying attempt. Roman Tivadar is now running through the first sector. He's working through touch and go 2 and he's drawing a very beautiful line out there towards number 4. He makes a transition, and his beautiful manner to touch and go 5 and to touch and go 6. He starts running up and up the hill. The wheels are now definitely within the borders of the track, and this is the transition, the last one, just as awesome as it was in the previous run, and here is the finish. So come on now, let's see the clock. This is the most exciting part. Roman Tivadar looks amazingly great. Not too much smoke, but the speed is very decent. A little double pedaling, which is not forbidden if it doesn't influence the speed. There could be one wheel outside and around touch and go 4 this time. And how can you get too much speed without getting outside the track? This is another difficulty. But I guess this is why all those references and standards were implemented to make this mission harder for the drivers. But our drivers are very top level, and everyone knows how to do it. As far as Roman Tivadar is concerned, the previous run was also not absolutely flawless, but it was really great. It was maximum for the style at that moment, and it still is. No one has overcome it. But here it looks like he slightly reduced the speed, or maybe the track doesn't allow him to. Maybe the environment has slightly changed. But I noticed one paradoxical thing, and here what it is. Usually, the drivers use a multi-arm suspension in order to make a car better controllable in its front axle. And here we see how the car 3 wheels, even though it has got a multi-arm suspension in the front. So it works vice versa. I don't know if it was intentional or not, most likely to be intentional. Roman Tivadar breaks the balance, leaving one wheel in contact with the ground. Maybe he feels more comfortable this way. But it was a struggle for maximum grip on the rear in order to run faster. And in the first run it worked perfect, but it looks like an offshore boat because the car is squatting a lot on the rear axle. And here's another example why you would need an anti-squat suspension, so that both front wheels stay on the ground and so that the car could comfortably spin around the front wheels. For someone it's easier to spin around the rear, someone likes to have more weight on the front and spin around the front of the car. These are peculiarities of the style. It depends on what is better for every individual driver. And as far as the method is concerned, and this is the beauty of drifting, is individual, and it's up to every driver to decide. And here is the second run of Ruslan Arefyev from Moscow. This is a classic 800 plus HP engine, and yes, and we've got the score of Roman Tivadar, -4 for the style and -2 for the angle, which makes a total of 94. A little less than the first run was, but still the run remains amazing. A perfect line, 33 for the angle and 31 for the style. And the second run, Roman repeats the result of Georgy Chivchyan, his senior teammate, and Danila Vorobyov, but he's got 95-point result, so Roman Tivadar remains the leader. Here's Ruslan Arefyev and his BMW E92. He is a wildcard contender for all the Moscow events, and now he's going on his second qualifying run. In the first he had a 0. So he is now going to save himself. At least I hope that he does it. Ruslan Arefyev is now running in, and these are the sharp movements that will definitely influence the speed and the speed gaining process. The first clips are taken very well by Ruslan Arefyev. Then he reaches to touch and go 2. He opens up a little narrowly and he runs to touch and go 4. I'm not sure about touch and go number 3. To touch and go 5. Into touch and go 5. And this is the famous sweeper. There is a correction, and he almost misses touch and go 7. The same is happening touch and go 8. There are some questions, and the final sector where everything went wrong in the previous run, and this time it is better. There have been enough mistakes, but nevertheless it looks more convincing. This is a resultive run, which makes no doubt. This is the mistake that Mikhail Davidian spoke about as an untypical one, but I think I know who he meant when the car is spinning on the way to touch and go 3 and then pushes away from it. I think the wheel was outside and around touch and go 5, but most importantly, this is not a 0. This is good news. Whoa! Now it's time to give it a little thought. This was a near miss. How much of a near miss it was? Yes, this is the turn. The correction between touch and go 7, touch and go 8 was scary. Let me put it this way. It was on the edge of straightening. It was on the edge of the opposite drift. Imagine the chaser behind, and then you would see that it would have been very uncomfortable to chase such a leader. But as far as and the angle out there, yes, it collapsed to 60 degrees and it didn't cross the 0 threshold, but we know an example when 6 degrees were taken as a 0. It happened twice, not the 6 but the minimum figures. Roman Tivadar, and it was at ADM Raceway, and Damir at Igora Drive. This is the run which finally ensured such a big advantage for Arkady Tsaregradzev. Arkady won the event back then, and it helped him gain a big advantage over all of his rivals. It wasn't such scary for Damir and for the other rivals, and it wouldn't have been if Arkady remained on the 4th place, but 250 points versus 70 is 180, which is now the gap between Arkady Tsaregradzev and Damir Diatulin. So if there was 1 point, it would have been a different story, but I think it still was okay. And if we recall the previous season when Artem Shabanov basically knocked out all of his rivals with his 5 podium parade and victories, it was very hard to struggle against, and not the best event in Krasnoyarsk helped him gain the Prix championship. Since the judges are thinking about it for such a long time, I don't think this is a 0, but the correction was really intimidating. The angle has to be small there, let's say 20 or 30 degrees. It all depends on how much the car is capable of running, but at first, Ruslan ran at 65 points, so the angle was big, and it expectedly caused some corrections. He should have been more careful, but these are these little portions of experience that you gain this way, and I hope that Ruslan doesn't punish himself and he doesn't lose the chance to take part in top 32. I remind you that the worst results are of the Predator Drift team. Alexander Abramov still has a chance because he is going to the health group. Alexei Kozlov has got 67 points. But this is all history, because Alexander Abramov is going to the health group, and when he does, his first result is annulled, and he's got only 1 attempt. But what kind of weather would it be? What kind of environment it would be? We have no idea. It is now 10:23 Moscow time. At around midday, we expect some rain, according to the forecast. Of course, we don't want it to happen, but no one is asking us, right? Yes, this is not the sunniest event, but at least we hope that it doesn't rain. In the meanwhile, Danilo Vorobyov is preparing for the start, and this far, the driver and the academy that Danilo Vorobyov is working for is now doing the scoring. Yes, we can breathe out. There is some score, maybe not very high, compared to the 100, which you can get as a maximum. But nevertheless, for the line, it's 11-point penalty. For the angle, it's also pretty hard. And style-wise, 22 points out of 35 are left, so this is minus 13. And the total is 67.5. So we will watch where it takes Ruslan Arefyev. This far, It gives him the 10th line in the rating, and he is not the last, at least, which is already motivating. It looks hopeful, but compared to the results of this guy, the hope is very weak. 94 points and line 3 of the rating, a very good chance to get to the second or even the first line. The first run was really impressive. Let's see if Danilo Vorobyov can develop this success. And now this is a counter shift, furidashi, and a nice and gradual initiation, so this is not a mistake. Transition to touch and go 2, and then we go touch and go 3, and then 4, and then transition number 2 right into touch and go 5. And through touch and go 6, he is running towards the next one into the sweeper, in which he had some problems during the practice. But now it has become history, and now this is a this is a 0. But wow, how did it happen right before the finish? Too much speed. I guess the speed was the problem. This is so sad. Such a hyper cool run, so much grip, and using this grip. And then, yes, I think the speed was excessive, and this was the reason the car simply failed to carry along. But look at this run. It looked so dynamic. It looked so beautiful. No-go zone, and such a beautiful, brilliant curve. And this jump of a Cobra, you could see that it wasn't going right because it was a -5 immediately. Ah, yeah, here the transition was too slow, and this is where you say goodbye. The transition had to be sharp, and it was smooth, and while he was doing the transition, the line had been broken. And also, this is not even a record-breaking speed, because what looked like a consequence of a speed wasn't. The speed was only 132. Roman Tivadar's was higher, but it was all about the transition. The angle criterion was performed by Roman Tivadar in a brilliant way, but here Danilo Vorobyov changed the angle, the speed for the angle, and this is what happens. However, regardless of this result, the run was cool in everything except for the last event, and the first attempt still leaves us in admiration. Danilo Vorobyov has got 94 points, and he's equal to Georgy Chivchyan, but Georgy Chivchyan has got 2 productive runs, and Danilo Vorobyov has got only 1. Anatoly Sherbak is back on the track, 80.5 points for the first run, and something is telling me that he can do better. He is the champion of RDS Open for a reason. The car wants to drift from the start. Let's see what happens now. Anatoly Sherbak is running into touch and go 1, the 2-section touch and go 1. Then he says transition, which is not too sharp, and he misses touch and go 3. He's in the no-go zone, and he collects touch and go 4 no matter what, and then he makes a transition, which is pretty sharp. And then to touch and go 6, he's running to that turn. Oh, wow. Problems with touch and go 7. Some really big questions, and touch and go 8 is perfect, just like the 2 9s. Then Anatoly presses the throttle, and he digs the ground, but most importantly, the driver of Fresh Racing brings some result to the finish. Some result, but how much would it be? And there was also a correction after pressing the throttle. It really hurts to see it. What is worthwhile noticing? A freshly built car. A freshly built vehicle, lots of technical experiments, because according to the specification, this car is slightly different from the one Anatoly Sherbak is driving in RDS Open, even though it has been changed in the front suspension. He used to have a 2nd generation Weiss fob, now it's 3rd generation Weiss fob, so the fans of the front bar should celebrate. Here he's got a BMW sort of bar that everyone tends to avoid, but Anatoly says, wow, cool, this is what I want. Clearly this is not a stock kind of bar. There are special controllers that connect to the bar and change the general algorithm of this electric power steering, and it should be better for drifting. But what's the advantage? There are no pumps, no extra fluids, no hydro lines. But once the electricity is lost, you have no power steering. So you've got to be very careful with the generator. So everything is clear on one hand, but no one knows what happens sometimes. But as Anatoly said, he is going to go to RDS Open next year, but in a different vehicle, maybe this one. It looks like Anatoly simply enjoys this kind of technical experiments. He's tried one car, and now he's gonna try it with another one, with the next one. Yes, the line doesn't look very well. It looks a little demotivating, but we've seen those missed clips, and we've seen the no-go zone with one wheel, and it's 21 for the line, 29 for the angle, and the total is 78.5. Unfortunately, there is no improvement, but it looks like maybe 80.5 could be enough for top 32. And now Leonid Schneider is going to the start, but this far we need to wait a little bit. It looks like some of the drivers needed to be towed. Someone who is currently in the burnout area. Is this Evgeny Losev? Someone from the next group. And it looks like, yes, like this is Evgeny Losev who's got some technical problems. If I'm not mistaken, if I could hear our radio correctly. But Evgeny Losev is fourth, or didn't he decide to burn everything out? No, the next one is Timofey Dobrovolsky. But whatever it is, Leonid Schneider is finalizing the second group. This is what we know 100%. And the next one, the next group, is supposed to be opened by Timofey Dobrovolsky. But is this him? Okay, let us not think about bad things. Leonid is going on an extra burnout because we've got a little pause. Can we... this is not a vehicle that is being towed. This is some element which has to be picked up. I still worry a little bit. But the car is back to the start. And now we can introduce the driver from Krasnoyarsk, representing Time Up Team. Leonid Schneider, 92 points is his result, and he is 6th in the qualifying protocol. Toyota Mark II JZ90, and it is nicknamed Rage. I'm sorry. The last sector ruined it all for Leonid Schneider. Let's see if he can do it better this time. Not a single question. Nice and sharp transition to touch and go 2. Very decisive press on the accelerator pedal. Touch and goes 2, 3, and 4. He's running downhill. We will check out the borders of the track later, but the transition was mind-blowing. And then on the white line, Leonid Schneider is sliding towards touch and go ages. Look at that. And then touch and go 9 is left behind. And Leonid Schneider is running at a smaller angle than he did in the first attempt, and I guess he could have improved his speed while you're enjoying this run. The main thing that we noticed, Leonid had a problem with the gaining speed uphill, which caused these speed troubles. But the second sector is definitely better. 7.2 with the reference of 7.7, half a second better than the strict standards of Vladimir Safonov. Wow. No penalties in the third sector. No penalties in the fourth sector. There will be some in the fifth, but not as severe as it was in the first run. Leonid, what are you doing? Wow. All spotters are now saying, oh, come on, what do we do with Leonid Schneider? He is much and much faster than he used to be. The run is very good, speed-wise. I remind you that these are not additional bonuses, no extra awards, nothing like this. This is the essential standard, the essential requirement of the judge's assignment. But overcoming this reference by half a second is unthinkable. We haven't seen it this far. Now the second sector is now over. He is being very dynamic. I only doubt if everything is okay with the line. I mean, if the wheel was still on the line. But it was such a sharp transition, and then the car immediately jumped out where it had to be. So we need a super slow-mo replay to find out what was happening there. And wow, yes, you see that there are -4 points for the wheels, which means that the wheels have been out twice. I'm very, very sorry. There is no improvement because of these wheels. 26 for the line, 33.5 for the angle, and 31 for the style. And this is 90.5. Once again, the run has been good, but the expectations were so high after the first run. But it's worthwhile noticing that now Leonid definitely puzzled his contenders, his rivals. And now here's another representative of Takayama Forward Auto, Timofey Dobrovolsky, the driver who has got a qualifying victory under the rain at Agora Drive. And here, at this configuration, his best qualifying position was 16th. But he was second in the overall event rating. We remember that final of Vladislav Popov and Timofey Dobrovolsky, and one more time. And any of these two guys could win, but Vladislav was a little luckier. Timofey Dobrovolsky is now doing his first qualifying attempt, correcting his car with the left foot and collecting touch and go 3 and 4. Through touch and go 5, he's running into touch and go 6. And it was inevitable. Then the white S15 is running uphill to touch and go 8. The last transition, unfortunately, one wheel is still outside the track, but this is a very, very impressive speed in the third sector. Let's check the results. It could have been one of the neatest runs except for touch and go 9, because all the rest was simply very clean. You don't even have to think about if there has or hasn't been any line crossings, because line-wise everything has been so flawless, which is not surprising for a person with such a vast karting experience. So the line is ABC of karting. This is one of the essentials, the first one that you learn when you do karting. And this makes it so bad and so sad that one of the wheels have been outside. This is a very complicated kind of point. It's hard to put your car on the right vector without getting a wheel outside. This is a really very big challenge. You can see some flame coming out from the screamer pipe. Timofey needed a little bit more speed. There would be some little penalties, so let's get prepared for that. Even though we've seen such great run, let's see it once again. The transitions, even here, even on the video, even what Mikhail Davidians told me, that there is a good marker. If a transition looks sharp on the video, it means that live it was even sharper. This is the way he described it. But of course he used kind of language that I cannot say on air. If you know what I mean. Okay, great. Just like Leonid Schneider, he needed some more in the last sector. This is the result. Sector 4 is penalty-free, but there are some minimum polishing. -2, -1 in the sectors from 1 to 3. Generally, it looks great. And this is a total of 89 points. 89 points for Timofey Dobrovolsky, and this is the 6th rank in the qualifying rating, which is the current position of Timofey Dobrovolsky in the personal competition rating. Now Anatoly Kizin is coming out, a driver from St. Petersburg and the only representative of VS team, unfortunately, and he is BMW E92. Anatoly Kizin, his first qualifying run, The run-in is starting. Doesn't look very dynamic, but I hope this is just the look which can be deceiving. And now 2 points penalty it would be, and he misses touch and go 3. Unfortunately, he collects touch and go number 4. Then he makes another transition right in touch and go 5, collects touch and go 6, at least the way it looks, and maybe something was outside and around touch and go 7. A huge correction and missed touch and go 8, but the last transition is just a poem. It looked like he was mad at himself. We have seen such transitions before, but it did look very spectacular. But nevertheless, there are some questions about the efficiency of such efficiencies. The run-in, the wheels outside that we've seen. And he was 1 second faster than the reference in the first sector. I start doubting our standards. Sometimes I don't believe my eyes. Sometimes I don't believe drift dynamics. Sometimes I don't believe anything. This is the moment when it looks just fine, but drift dynamics is different. When you are in the cockpit and you think that you are running slow, it usually means that you are running fast, and vice versa. In circuit racing, especially on slippery asphalt, this is the way it usually works. The degree was 74 degrees in the last transition and 136 kilometers per hour. You could see that the car couldn't hold on to the borders of the track, unfortunately, but this is not the only inaccuracy in this run. However, you can tell that there is a potential, and it's pretty strong. We're waiting for the scores, and probably after the success at his home track, where Anatoly Kizin qualified very well, he can continue in a better way. One of the few owners of G35-900 turbine, which is pretty big. 35 is the radius, which makes a total of 70, which is the wheel diameter. And the turbine is quite a big. The turbocharger is pretty big. The majority of the drivers prefer using precision turbochargers, which has issued a new generation of turbochargers and have overcome lots of their rivals of turbocharging engineering, and now everyone will have to catch up with them. And we know the Gorkona, we know Garrett, we even have the one Pulsar turbocharger. Guess who? Ilya Fedorov, of course. Let me not torture you, on his chaser. And now we see the score of Anatoly Kizin. And by the way, it's not as scary as I thought it might be. Yes, there are some penalties for the wheels and the fifth sector. This is Leonid Schneider's recipe. Only 23 is left for the line, 30 for the angle, and 27 for the style, which makes a total of 80 points altogether, which looks quite steady. And this is a good foundation for a further improvement. And now here comes a driver from Carville Racing, and this is Ivan Palmin on board his Toyota Supra A90, number 28. And right now he will go on his first qualifying run. This is Ivan Palmin, who is running through the first sector, gaining speed, collecting touching go 1, then he makes a transition and he is pushing there to the next sector. Touching goes 3 and 4. Get the attention from the driver, then another transition, and look at how he turns around, changing the vector. And then there is only that last curve left. He is shifting inward, but nevertheless he collects touch and go 8. This was a very brave transition, a very interesting manner. It wasn't a leap, it was not a jump, it was a very good and steady spin. Interesting, it is. And the car is very agile. This is one of the few vehicles on our championship that is using petrol as a fuel. The only one in Carville Racing, after the car of Grigory Burlutsky was also shifted for alcohol. I mean, petrol and alcohol, 15% of petrol and 85% of alcohol mix. Generally, still Ivan Palmin feels pretty comfortable and aggressive on board his vehicle. Carville Racing started practicing right away as soon as they arrived, And Ivan Palmin had to fix his suspension also right away. Grigory Burlutsky wanted to continue practicing, but on Friday he had the same problem. One of the arms was bent and the suspension had to be fixed, but then after it was fixed, he could continue without any serious problems, even though the technical problems were abundant for Grigory Burlutsky and Ivan Palmin. Both had to change their engines. Ivan Palmin had to do it more than once, unfortunately. But this is the reality. This is the load that the cars experience. These are the details and the difficulties that they go through. Now with the JZs, it's going more and more challenging to find the engine block that would be still in a good condition, because pig iron is subject to corrosion and you cannot see everything inside the cooling casing, and this is where the corrosion usually takes place. And sometimes a cylinder wall simply falls apart because it is so much corroded that it cannot stand any sort of load, and this is the reason why the cylinders break. And this is the thing. By the way, this is 90 plus. The run was really very good, and what I really liked is that Ivan found his own manner in some of the elements, and it turned out to be efficient. Just look, a perfect line and 90.5 points as a result. So you can still stay within the framework of the assignment, but at the same time you and your vehicle can stay comfortable. Now Artyom Shabanov, who has got some qualifying victories but not on this configuration, here his best result was 9th, but he has got one victory at this configuration and an absolutely breathtaking practice runs. Artyom Shabanov, the reigning champion of RDS GP, who started this season with a victory, and he still is one of the leaders of the personal standings, one of the candidates at least for the top 3. And now Touch and Go 2 is left behind. Touch and Go 3 is also there. Artyom is going through Touch and Go 4, shifts to the right-hand side of the track, and then he is doing a brilliant transition, collecting Touch and Go 6. Thank you for this beautiful view, which is also very informative. Then Touch and Go 7 is also on the right rear wheel, and he's running towards the next transition. Here it is, so Touch and Go 9 in the dotted line towards the finish, which is the end of the first qualifying run of this driver from Time Up team. The sweeper looked extremely fast. The run-in was not the most impressive one during the warm-up, and during the competing run there would be at least 1 point penalty, no doubt. And as far as the rest is concerned, unfortunately in the third sector there would also be some penalty, and sectors 2 and 4 are absolutely perfect. Some questions about the third sector and the fifth as well, and these are kinds of questions that could be corrected. This is the 14th event in the career of Artyom Shabanov, and out of these 14th, he has been on the podium 7 times, which is a half. 4 victories, 8 times he has been in top 4. And yes, the one champion title, and the famous phrase, I don't know what to do to win the qualifying, but still he broke this spell as well. And he has taken this summit this season as well. It was in Nizhny Novgorod, yes it was. Yes, and I'm checking out, yes, this is definitely N-ring, 98 points was his best result. And this was the victory in the qualifying. And he is already in the elite club of the RDS GP event winners. In the entire history, just think about it, in the entire 16 seasons, there have been only 34 event winners. And there are only 21 of those who managed to get 2 or more, and only 5 drivers had more than 5 victories, and only 1 has more than 10. Arkady Tseregratsev is standing on the threshold of this achievement. By the way, today this club may extend if anyone has his first victory today. Now you just saw the score of Artyom Shabanov. The style has been really compromised, but still this is 90.5. Artyom Shabanov has taken to the finish. 90.5, which we hope can be improved. This is the same as Ivan Palmin had, but these runs were so different. This is what we love drifting for. The teammate of Van Palmin, Carville Racing, are standing next to each other in this group. Grigory Burlutsky and his F22 are already on the track. A very aggressive run and performed by the Russian champion in circuit racing. In the meanwhile, he is doing the first transition, a little handbrake correction, touch and go 2, touch and go 3 are taken. Also performed in a very peculiar way, but he collects the clips, which matters. Then a transition to touch and go 5 towards touch and go 6. And the angle here is pretty big. I wonder what Drift Dynamics says. Grigory Burlutsky has got enough speed to collect touch and go 7, and then he directs his car along the white line towards touch and go 8, and this is the very spectacular run, which is just as spectacular as the transition to touch and go 9. All the wheels have always been within the limits of the track, but look at this sweeper right on the edge, and the first clips are also very, very beautifully performed. I felt a little anxious because the car was gaining speed in a very, very smooth manner, and also it was gaining angle in the same smooth manner, and I thought it was similar to what Ruslan Arefiev did in the first attempt when he finally finished his run across the track, but Grigory Burlutsky managed to take it through. I spoke to Anton Kozlov about some specificities of F22 vehicles, and he said that F22s and A90s have very similar problems, which is about the rear suspension. There are some little details that can get in the way and get in the way of the balance of this platform for drifting, as far as drifting is concerned, because those guys who built these cars initially didn't think about drifting, right? I don't think that they ever thought about drifting. But this is all about the aftermarket spare parts and the kit solutions. This is what it is all about. Grigory Burlutsky definitely has got a lot of aggression, and you can already see that it will bring him a lot of penalties for the style in the last 2 sectors. There was some aggression, but the speed unfortunately was not there. If we measure the run with the previous matters, some excessive aggression can cause little score. But now you can tell, and even the drivers themselves say, that you've got to try to get maximum clips. Initially, it kind of contradicts the entire concept of committing, because even here at Moscow Raceway, we said that when the driver goes maximum widely and he gets maximum score for commitment, here he has got lots of style penalties, and he's got only 21 points left out of 35, and the final result is 82 points. This is rank 11 at the present moment, which is not bad. Not bad, and I guess that he can feel safe enough. But now, here's another candidate for the title, even though simply mathematic, but Anton Kozlov still has a mathematic chance. He's from Carville Racing, the city of Ulyanovsk, and this is his very extravagant F22. Anton Kozlov, who has complicated his tournament situation with a couple of fails. Let's see what happens to him here at the 7th event. This far, everything is running quite well. He takes touch and go number 4, then a transition, and wow, this looks pretty awesome, at least the way it looks. We will check out later what the results show. Now to touch and go 7, Anton Kozlov is running up and up and up the hill to touch and go 8, and now the last transition to the last sector, and he finishes in the clouds of smoke and goes immediately into the control zone, and the control has been restored. This was quite a solid, quite a steady and well-disciplined run. This is the way I would describe it. The first sector was brilliant. Sector 3 was the same, and even Sector 4 was also great. Only Sector 5 was slightly worse, quite worse, to be honest. Speaking about the eccentricity of the car of Anton Kozlov, we've mentioned it loads of times, but still the front suspension is coming from Toyota Supra A80, a car which was issued from 1993 to 1998, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. So the previous century's technology. Subframe now goes to a car of the 21st century, a very modern one. Even though after effort there's GCM, but the previous generation is still on. For Supras, it was also the previous generation, even though in terms of time, they have around 20 years gap in between them. With BMW. Okay, now let's see what Anton Kozlov does with his series of failed performances, which brought him to his current tournament position. I know that his rivals have been celebrating, especially after ADM Raceway. I remind you that Anton Kozlov and Artem Shabanov, after the 3 events, seemed to be absolutely unreachable. It looked like they had their own dimension and all the rest would only fight for the bronze. But then one event turned everything upside down. And Krasnoyarsk was also the same. And then Krasnoyarsk weather was also pretty challenging. It was more of a swimming competition than a drifting competition. Once again, if we imagine that the 5th sector was not there, it would have been absolutely brilliant. It is still not bad, because after all, this is a 90-plus result. 30 for the line, 33.5 for the angle, and 28 only for the style, which makes a total of 91.5. We didn't expect anything worse from a vice champion. I've got some emergency piece of news for you. The press secretary of Russian Drift Series, Olga Lenina, just told me that the 5th issue of Russian Drift Series magazine is now available at online shop. And here at RDS shop, it also will be available. Here comes Timofey Dobrovolsky from Takama Forward Auto, and he's forward racing as 15. Already at the run-in, the second attempt of Timofey has already started. 89 points he had, and he stopped on the edge of a 90-plus club. And now he is trying to break through this wall. He's running to the first sector, running to touch and go number 4. A very beautiful line here, and now a breathtaking transition as far as the line is concerned. We will check it out later as we watch the replays. And now we have to take off 6 meters vertically towards the last 9 touch and goes. Oh, yes, this is really brave. We have seen how as 15 can do it. Roman Tivadar and Timofey Dobrovolsky have got S15s, but the front suspensions are different. Roman Tivadar has got a custom Nissan Z-based kind of suspension, multi-arm. And Timofey Dobrovolsky has got a classic and 1-arms, like a Shot Max. And he misses touch and go 7, by the way. Unfortunately. I also suspect that probably we have seen one of the best runs in terms of style. Now let's wait for the score, and I hope that I'm not mistaken. Yes, the unfortunate sector number 5. It is now the most unfortunate of all. This is where the drivers get maximum of the penalties. But it's not even about the penalties. Just look the way he does it. Both Roman and Timofey show us, and also Leonid Schneider goes to the same club, but Leonid has got a great style penalty. But Timofey Dobrovolsky, Roman Tivadar managed to perform the rust transition with much less score loss. And they are almost the same. Only here I have a question about the rear right wheel, but I think it was not outside. I've got some questions about touch and go 7, touch and go 8. Touch and go 8 should have been taken, I guess, but I doubt that. In a way, maybe this is the secret of a good style in Sector 4. But what other options do we have? We can only wait. Timofey Dobrovolsky had 89 points for the first run, and I would like to see some 90-plus result, and the run was simply breathtaking. And I would love to see the score that corresponds. But we know that the spectacularity of the run does not always correlate with the quality. The scoring is always high quality, but the question is whether the driver and the spectators are content. It's not about the quality of scoring, it's about the quantity. We know that the fans can be very critical of the judges, and the driver always believes that he's the best, because this is the mindset you should have every time you go to the start. So this mismatch of the expectation and reality is always there. Only Arkady Tseregradzev with his 200s in St. Petersburg was completely content. Yes, touch and go 8 has been counted, 26, 39.5 and 33. Wow. And there is an improvement. This is 90.5 and he is 7th. 2 lines higher than he was. With 94.5 he would have been 2nd, but alas. Anatoly Kizin, who had 80 for the first run, has got his 2nd attempt, and I'm sure that he's got the ambition to improve his result. He represents the city of St. Petersburg and VS team. Let's go. 80 points for the first attempt was not bad, but we could see the potential that the driver has got. We had seen some points for improvement. Once the wheel is on track, he has saved 2 points for himself, and now touch and goes 3 and 4. Anatoly Kizin is shifting out there. Whoa, what was that? Was that a backward? We will check it out all later. Now touch and go 7. And he takes touch and go 8. Oh, he misses. How sad. The transition touch and go 9 along the white line, pressing the throttle towards the no-go zone. This is what the spotters should take note of. This is a very specific kind of driving that doesn't contradict the judge's assignment. The start was great. The mistakes have been fixed, like touch and go 3 that Anatoly Kizin missed in the first run was now taken. And then I think it was not a technical backward, because the profile of the track is also turning. So I guess it was something around 80 degrees. But the no-go zone is still a question. He definitely missed touch and go 8, without any doubt. And 9/1, 9/2 has been taken. And he hasn't dropped the wheel outside the white line before the finish. But Anatoly decided to do some rock and roll in his second run, and successfully did. 96.4 was the angle, so there was a backward, but then immediately it rebounds to very little angle. And this is not only about the backward itself, which, by the way, caused a very serious speed loss, which makes sense. This is the way it works. 50 kilometers per hour instead of 70. And this is also interesting. The timing standard has been implemented, but not the speed standard, because I feel like there should be some standard. There should be some milestone. And now in sector 3, what was there? We will now see it all. There is 24, which makes -5 points. Well, that is enough, I hope. This is just not... There is no threshold after which we can count that there is a technical mistake. Or do we have it, 20% of speed in each control point? We need a calculator. The 20% was a kind of a threshold that was announced by Vladimir Safonov at the briefing. And I think it was about the speed loss. 20% speed loss. But then it has to be a 0, because the speed loss has been more than 20%. But I wonder if I interpret it in the correct way. Then, Vladimir, you should expect me for a consultation between the qualifying and top 32. But in terms of the style and in terms of the angle, we see lots of penalties. It is all obvious. He loses 10 points. But at the same time, he's got only 73.5 points, no improvement whatsoever. But, well, he's got a result already, so this may be enough. So he can do his rock and roll if he wishes. This was our second contender of the third group. And we are waiting for the third one, Ivan Palmin, also from St. Petersburg, Carville Racing Team. Ivan Palmin had 90.5 points in the first run. And he is currently on rank 8, which is pretty good, but I believe that he can make it better. He is already in top 32, there is no doubt. but I'm sure that he would be happy to climb even higher. But the higher qualifying position doesn't guarantee anything. Ivan Palmin is now taking his touch and go 1 and 2, and then he presses the throttle as he approaches touch and go 3, which causes some questions, and no questions about touch and go 4, transition touch and go 5. He goes right into the square, integrating his axle into it, and then he runs up the hill towards touch and go 6 and 7. And then the last transition, here it is, and Ivan Palmin presses the right pedal and finishes the run. Once again, visually, it looks like this speed was pretty solid. And we will check the clock as well. At least the start was very good. There are some penalties, but I don't see... no, there is one in Sector 5. There is a 2-point penalty, and 2 is not 5. So once again, congratulations to Ivan Palmin. And the rest is 1 point. I want to point out how well the team has worked on the chassis adjustment, because this is, I guess, one of the very few Supras that doesn't fall into large angles when the driver doesn't want it to. And this is a Supra 890, which can really run at a very good speed, which is not always possible. Not the most trivial of the assignments for this task, and it has the same rear suspension as on F22, and Ivan himself said that the transition from an E36 was quite a painful but a right decision. Ivan Palmin takes part in the Russian Cup. I wonder if he decides to take an E36, because the E36 is the one that took him to the bronze last year. He could have got a championship, but he took the 3rd prize. That was the drama of the last year. Ivan was completely depressed by his final event results. Until the last moment, he has been fighting with Grigoriy Gusev for the championship, and then he lost to Kirill Matskevich. But, well, such things also happen. Of course, we have seen E36 in action this year. It was in St. Petersburg, and, well, it looked quite well. The vehicle is ready, but the question is what Ivan Palmin decides, what he thinks is better for Rostov Arena. The tickets are still available, and there are very, very few. Just like the penalties of Ivan Palmin, Sector 4 is completely clean. In the first 3, he's got 1-point penalties, and for Sector 5, he's got a 2-point penalty, which is almost a victory in this environment. And this is a 1-point improvement. He's got 91.5. Congratulations. He repeats the result of Anton Kozlov, and he even outperforms his teammate for a moment, but Anton Kozlov has got one more run to do, just like the reigning champion of RDS GP, Artyom Shabanov, on board his Supra A80, representing Time Up team. In the first run, he also had 90.5 points. Supra A80, number 71, 77, Artyom Shabanov on board. Let's see, this is the initiation, number 1, and he presses the throttle right on time. And he runs to touch and go 3, touch and go 4 as well. Then he makes another transition downhill, and there is a big speed drop, touch and go 6, and a very beautiful angles. No corrections whatsoever. Very harmonic angle changes, a transition to touch and go 9, and the last sector is already underneath the wheels of this car, number 77. But it doesn't mean anything anymore. Wow, what it was like. Artyom Shabanov, after, let's say so, after a very poor event in Krasnoyarsk that just didn't work out for him, and he has confessed that he didn't like the track in Krasnoyarsk, has come back on track on Moscow Raceway. I guess the reverse configuration of Moscow Raceway is his favorite one. I counted only 3 points penalty in terms of the style, so this may be not the best one, but it is a very harmonic one, very balanced one, and this feeling of harmony was with me throughout the entire run, especially the combination of touch and go 6 and touch and go 7. This was exactly what the judges imagined when they drew up this assignment. We don't always see this view. Maybe there have been some runs like this. I guess any qualifying leader did like this, but we didn't see it. But the judges did, because this is what happens right in front of them, right in front of their eyes. Once again, this is about the configuration. This is why they like it so much, why we see the score immediately, because they see it all with their own eyes. Everything is unwinding right in front of them, which makes it much more simple for our judges. Except for Andrei Pauli, who is watching the competition on air. But seeing the angles the way they actually are is very good. It looks like I've seen the same run twice. Yes, there are 1-point penalties, which is a new qualifying leader, right? 95.5 points, Artyom Shabanov. This is where Roman Tivadar may be very sad, because 2 points have been taken away from him by the judges when they discovered some line penalties. So we have a new leader of the qualifying of VTB final of RDS GP 2025. Artyom Shabanov, the reigning champion, puts the bar even higher. And recalling the other candidates for the title, Damir is already on the 10th line of the qualifying rating with the result of 88.5. Obviously, the weather took its toll. The asphalt has got a little warmer, the grip has got a little better. Maybe this is the reason why the speed has increased. Grigory Burluts is coming out on the start. He had 82 points for the first run. Yes, 82. He represents the team of Carville Racing, the city of St. Petersburg, and there is insane aggression that he exhibits from the first second of his run. Touch and go one is taken, then a transition, and he continues running around this curve. Too bad we don't see the terrain, because there is a very impressive hill, and it feels even a little surprising. I guess it takes time to get used to it, but Grigory Burlutsky is one of those who don't need much time. He makes a transition to collect touch and go 9. Did you see that angle after the transition? And the smoke is also very high quality. High quality smoke, high quality run. The only question is the speed. It is -3 in sector 1, a 0 penalty. In sector 2, 1 point penalty in sector 3, and 1 point penalty in sector 4. Sector 5, god damn it, -1 again, even though it's 1 decimal point. If this decimal point went in the right direction, it would be a 0-point penalty. But wow, what was the angle? It was an impressive angle, but how many degrees? It was 70 degrees. Well, good. Very, very decent. Importantly, he didn't add any angle after that. He didn't make any serious corrections. So this is the right way. Roman Tivadar was the first to demonstrate it, when the angle gets very big and then gradually reduces. And it is not about changing the body position, but simply the track bends and the angle varies. And what's important is that he is running in accordance with the blueprint generated by Mikhail Davidyans. This is exactly what Mikhail Davidyans wanted to see. That you put the car across and around touch and go 9s, but without the corrections, the degree, the angle reduces. This is what we just saw. What we also saw, that there were no wheels outside the track, if I'm not mistaken. But he was very close to that in around touch and goes 9, touch and go 9/1 and 9/2. But if Stanislav Dolgich saw anything out there, we will find it out right now when the score is announced. We will find it out in several seconds. I am absolutely convinced. And it looks very promising, let me tell you. Looks very promising, but the question is if it's going to be as exciting in terms of the score. This is the moment which the judges wanted to see on replay. I think this is more of a no than a yes. He's on the line. The wheel still sticks to the line, which means 0 penalty for the line. And let's check out the other criteria. And there, this is the style. It has been compromised. A little penalties, but they build up. -1 in every sector makes 5, and there is -2 point penalty for sector 1, which makes -6. And this is 91 points, just according to the starting number. Now Grigory Burlutsky is 9th in the qualifying rating. And now the last contender of the third group, Anton Kozlov, is going on his second run. For the first one, he had 91.5 points, and something is telling me that Anton Kozlov wants to make an improvement. And I'm sure that he's capable of doing that. And now we'll see if he puts it into practice. There is a counter shift, there is initiation, touch and go 1. And Anton Kozlov begins running towards touch and go 3. You don't see touch and go 2, touch and go 3 perfectly from there. Then everything is getting clearer for the driver. And this is the moment when this huge sweeper opens out. Touch and go 7 causes some problems. Touch and go 8 causes none. Then the last transition is coming out, and very close to the no-go zone, Anton Kozlov once again goes to the same area. I think this is where he was aiming from the very start. Touch and go 7 doesn't make me feel very well. Let's check out our observations. It was quite a good and harmonic run. We didn't expect anything else from Anton Kozlov, from such a master as Anton Kozlov. This is the guy who was the champion of RDS Europe and RDS West 2 seasons in a row. I think that he was on the border. Stanislav Dolgich promised to be strict with the drivers. It reminds me of the run of Grigory Burlutsky, who was on the edge, but the wheel still didn't cross that edge. And as far as the achievements of Anton Kozlov is concerned, he was the champion of RDS West and RDS Europe, which is basically the same series. And then it was renamed to RDS Open, and Anton Kozlov wasn't there anymore. No, he was. Mikhail Davidian was in all the 3. Anton Kozlov didn't take part in RDS Open, and he is also a vice champion of RDS GP 2023. That championship OMT with Georgy Chivchyan in Sochi, where he lost to Georgy Chivchyan 3-1 more time. It was a very intensive battle. Since then, Anton Kozlov changed his car for a F22. The last season was a failure due to a huge number of technical problems, and then finally he gave up. He started from technical experiments, and then he changed the VR for a JZ. The VR was just thrown away to the dumpster. I think this was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yes, this is -4 for touch and go 6. Oh, ouch. This is bad, and the rest of the picture is not very bad, except for sector 5. And I start thinking, and which is good when I start thinking. All right, I start thinking that this is about the line. If it's a little bit more rounded, it is longer, and this is the result. If you go on the minimum line, it looks much better. 85.5 points, no improvement, and we go on a little commercial break.
Профессиональная гоночная команда Fresh Racing. Действующие чемпионы RDS Prix. В нашем арсенале 3 лютые Toyota Supra А80 на 2 JZ. Номер 33 – отец-основатель Денис Мигаль. Номер 9 – король квалификаций Дамир Идиатуллин. Номер 81 – сибирский силовик Евгений Лосев. Двигайся с нами и звони нам на пейджер.
Мы команда, которая не боится перемен и готова идти на риск. Мы не просто едем, мы диктуем ритм гонки. Мы тайм-ап. Мы больше, чем гоночная команда. И наше время не просто наступило. Наше время сейчас.
Touch my sleeve. Niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Up on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't need your kiss, you might fall out.
We're back on air. This is Moscow Raceway and VTB final of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix 2025. And we wait for the qualifying to continue. 3 groups have been over, and let's check the results. The equator has been crossed, or we will have crossed it when Anton Dmitrienko starts his first run, and the current leader is Artem Shabanov with 95.5 points. Now a Nissan Silvia S15 with a fresh engine that had to be changed. So now there is a new engine under the hood of this car, and Anton Dmitrienko from Irkutsk will now start his qualifying, number 1. He had some engine problems. There was an engine replacement, and yesterday, starting from the 3rd practice session, Anton Dmitrienko has been gaining more and more confidence on this configuration, which is not new for him indeed. But now it's time for him to do the same to qualify. Initiation takes touch and go 1. He had to let the handbrake go at the right moment, which he did. The transition touch and go 2 was very good, with a good fixation of the angle. Touch and go 4 has been taken. And now, at the last moment, he opens up before touch and go 6. And this is already touch and go 7, and he moves uphill towards touch and go 8 to the last transition. It is not very sharp here, but on the other hand, this is a safer kind of a way which is right for the first run. But he's got to be careful with the safe positions, because Danilo Vorobyov brought it to a failure. Let me remind you that at the beginning of this season and in the mid-season, Anton Dmitrienko changed his front suspension. He decided to switch to a third version of Weiss Fab, which is more like of a BMW than a Silvia kind of suspension. But then he had to learn something new, because the character of the vehicle has changed a lot when the suspension has been changed. We've got some reverse switch examples, including this event as well. For example, when Piotr Baradin from Takayama Forward Auto did a reverse change, and I will tell you as soon as he comes on start. If you missed the news yesterday, but if you miss it, you can always see it on our social media. It's still available, so when you go in a lunch break, you can have some time to watch it. But don't forget to subscribe to the Telegram channel of Russian Drift Series. There you can find all the links, all the info, all the latest news. If there are any schedule changes, it is all immediately published on our Telegram channel. And most importantly, you find all the information in the chronographic order, while some other social media can inform you about some things after a week. But on the Telegram channel, everything goes exactly in the same order in which it was published. Moreover, you can also find the media files, some pictures, photographs, anything. You can do so many things. Plus, there are votes and polls that you can take part in. You can try to forecast the results and win prizes, so guys, don't miss this opportunity. Like, for example, Anton Dmitrienko missed his touch and go 3. This is what you shouldn't do. -5 for the line, -5 for the angle, and -11 for the style. So this is -21, and this makes a total of 79, if I'm not mistaken. There are penalties for the criteria, the total of 79, and the 16th place in the qualifying rating, which is worse than Anatoly Kizin had in particular. Here you may start counting from the end. We've got a technical failure of Ilya Polishchuk. We don't have anything from Alexander Abramov because he goes to the health group. Alexei Kozlov has got 67, and Ruslan Arefyev has got 67.5. Now Evgeny Losev is going on his first run. Fresh Racing Team and his Supra number 81. Furidashi, he takes touch and go 1. Both touch and goes number 1 are fortunately taken by Evgeny Losev. And then through a little touch, he takes off the no-go zone. He takes another touch and go, and then touch and go 5. And Evgeny breaks into the last sweeper, takes touch and go 7. And then he goes on and on and on, 125 meters to the finish and the last transition. And a very firm press on the accelerator pedal. And the car started spinning at the end. So what can we tell? He shouldn't have gone to the no-go zone. Even though from this view you wouldn't tell he was actually there. Wow, what a transition. And here he did take the clip, but he will have a 2-point penalty at the same time. This is a very important moment. Going into a no-go zone does not always signify minus a clip. Sometimes you take a clip, and then after the clip you go into the no-go zone, or you go into the no-go zone first, then you come back to the track and take touch and go. It is also possible. Yes, he almost spinned for some reason, but nevertheless, this is quite a good run, including Sector 5. But all in all, everything here was going to 35 out of 35 for the style. And if I'm not mistaken, there would be only 1 or 2 point penalty. And here is some inside information coming. I want to thank my colleague, Alexey Milavida from RDS Open. In the place where Danilo Vorobyov went, he lost the hydropower steering, which means that the driver didn't have a proper possibility to control his car, because in such a weather, losing the control over the steering, it can be really critical. It's not that the driver don't have the power, but it comes out all of a sudden, and the car reacts very severely, and you cannot do anything with it. There was a famous story in the first event in the career of Artyom Shabanov, his heat versus Georgy Chivchyan, when in one of the OMTs, when Artyom was the chaser, his power steering turned off in the inner touch and go, which was the transition and the finish without the power steering. That -4 and that -2 for the style, and so good style. And it could be potentially the best run of the qualifying if only he could stay within the track. And this way, this is only 91.5. But he knows what to improve. He knows the opportunities for improvement. Everything is quite clear what to do to turn it into 95.5, for example, or even 96.5. But this far, we are watching the fourth representative of Carfield Racing. He's somehow separated from the rest of his teammates. Nissan 20SX, which is basically a Silvia S13 from the town of Sartavala. He is now starting his first qualifying run. So let's go, 125 meters of running, and then according to the judges' assignment. And wow, this was a very severe move. Thankfully, the tire is still there. Now the line is slightly too narrow. It looks like he got too much nervous, and the transition is a little bit too smooth before touching go 5. Now he's got to concentrate on this sweeper with very expensive clips, number 7 and 8. This is a very expensive, very valuable combo. But yes, once you violate it, why not continue? Because you are getting a penalty anyway. This is probably what was going through his mind. There is a question about how many wheels were outside. I think it's more of a 1 than 2. But as far as the left foot work is concerned, I guess there were no other ways to reach touch and go number 3. But it also didn't help. Plus, some speed has been lost there. But once again, this is his first run. Let us not forget that there is another one to go. It did look like 2 wheels, but here we will see it right now, and something fell off. This is one, and this is 1 wheel. 1 wheel only. He failed to turn his car much enough to lose 2 wheels, thankfully. But from this view, from which we saw it at first, it looked like the car was going across the track. But I think it's around 65 or 70 degrees altogether. I got too much concentrated on the weather, and I missed out the drift dynamic system. But we will check it out. Or not. Or not, because something strange is going on with the data display. We could tell that the system was working, but the working point shifted and it didn't get into the borders of the interface, which we can operate. 14 degrees is the temperature of the asphalt, but the temperature of air is +4. So the asphalt is now warmer, but the air is now colder, which means hypothetically, purely theoretically, the grip is now stronger, but the amount of air that goes to the combustion changes due to the lower temperature. Both has got warmer. I'm sorry. I can also be mistaken sometimes. So once again, there is a rain threat. In around half an hour, it may begin raining. And meanwhile, Artyom Leitis is getting his score, which is 23 for the style, 31 for the angle, and 29 for the style. And it gives us 83 points in total. And he's 14th in the qualifying rating, which looks pretty safe in terms of getting to top 32. So congratulations to Artyom on his productive run, and of course we expect some improvement from him. And now we're watching the next driver of Fresh Racing. We've seen 3, but we haven't seen the founder yet. And this is Denis Migal. Here he is. And he's Supra A80 number 33. Let's go. The light goes green and Denis goes on his first qualifying run. This is initiation, and here are 2 first clips. And so the foundation has been laid. What a sharp transition, but he misses touch and go 3, unfortunately. And then he makes another sharp transition. This time he takes touch and go number 5. We will figure out touch and go number 6 later when we see the replays. And now, touch and go 7 is under huge question. Touch and go 8 with no doubt whatsoever. And the last sector is also great, but the question is, what happened to the speed? This is an interesting question that we will have to answer using our clock. Evgeny Losev didn't have any problems with that, but now we've got the anti-lag on the car of Denis Smigal, thanks to Denis Ponomaryov, the technical director of Fresh Racing team. And with this anti-lag, he looks a little bit more comfortable. It's 6.61 seconds with the standard of 68. I don't remember a moment when we didn't see any penalties for the last sector, and this is the way it looks. And this big angle, this is a visual trick. It looked like the car slowed down, but it didn't. Please notice the line in Sector 5, how it was narrowed towards the end, which enabled him to move correctly in terms of the speed. This is not about puzzling your chase or whatever. You've got to think about your own run. To show a good run, you've got to go like this on Sector 5. So everyone, note it down, write it down. Dear spotters, dear drivers, please remark. And the angle was 63.5. So everything is according to the judge's assignment. And if not that bad story with touch and go number 3 and touch and go number 7, obviously we could celebrate and jump and applause. Well, we will applause, but we will do it a little bit in advance because he's got another run to do. All the transitions have been great, but in the first one, he needed a little bit more inertia to reach touch and go 3. That place is very challenging because in the transition, you don't see where to go. And touch and go 6 is also penalized, and this is -11 for the line. In terms of angle and the style, everything is so good. -4 for the style, -2.5 for the angle only. Oh, and this makes a total of 82.5 only. And as a result, this is 15th rank. But once again, now he knows where to improve, because all these things don't require any speed sacrifices. Just bring the line back and everything will be okay. And here comes a representative of Star Per Stars Aimol, Sergei Kuznetsov from Samara, driving his flanker F, the VR glutton. And he is completely ready to start his first battle run. The flanker F and Sergei Kuznetsov goes on the run in. There is a dotted line that separates the lanes of the leader and the chaser that we will need a little later. And now Sergei Kuznetsov, without breaking the no-go zone borders, makes a transition, collecting touch and goes 2 and 3 and obviously 4. Yes, absolutely right. Then he makes a transition into touch and go 5, very bravely towards the no-go zone. He runs and there immediately he widens out the line and wow, number 7 has been missed. You shouldn't do it this way. And now the last transition, which is also very sharp and a little bit wider. The line is getting, if you recall the run of Denis Smigal, here you've got to go a little narrower. And the angle has been excessive. But well, if the car can go like this, finally, the flankers can go with large angles, which is something new. And Sergei is using it. By the way, the 7 can be finally taken into account by the judges because he caught the very line of it, and we will see it very soon. And this is a 2-pedal drifting before the finish in order to control that movement so that the car doesn't go outside the track, including the angle. He was also using the angle to push it inward. If the angle had been a little bit narrower, around the apex, around the no-go zone, it would have been better. But this way, the curve was a little bit too big in the last turn. And of course, it all influenced the final speed. You could increase the speed a little bit, but unfortunately there are too many penalties that you could see for the commitment. Artur Zelenyy, who is going after Sergei Kuznetsov, we will see two flankers in a row. Artur Zelenyy, when he was warming up, was faster everywhere compared to Sergei Kuznetsov. But we don't know how precise he was in terms of the line. But this is just a fun fact, just for all of you to consider. Because when we write all these criteria, we take into consideration only the correct runs. And this is 10 points penalty for the style, -4 for touch and go 7, and some score penalty for the angle. But in general, the angle looks pretty well. This is 83.5 for the 3 criteria, goes to Sergei Kuznetsov for his first attempt. Once again, everything is very clear what he has got to work on. Let's hope that Sergei knows how to use it correctly. But this far, he's already in top 32, I guess, so the result is pretty decent. I guess he knows what to do next. Of course, it's always better to be in the top of the bracket to move Shabanov down, but I don't think that anyone can do it. Artur Zelenyy from Star Per Star Zaymol, representing the city of Moscow. Just like Sergei Kuznetsov, he's driving a flanker F, also a VR38 under the bonnet, 2 turbochargers, Garrett. Not very big, not very small turbochargers, but this is a 1000 HP. I hope that Artur Zelenyy knows how to use it. He's also a prize winner of RDS Open next competition, losing only to Timofey Dobrovolsky, his teammate. But now it is only for your information. In the meanwhile, Artur Zelenyy collects all the clips. Then he makes a transition right into touch and go 5, shifts inside to collect touch and go number 6, and it looks like one of the wheels tried to try the outside of the track, and then touch and go number 9. And here the line looks a little bit too wide, but generally the run is very balanced and the line is quite correct. I would probably call this run a very good one for Artur Zelenyy compared to Sergei Kuznetsov's, because he looked more concentrated, you know, he looked more focused. The dynamics of the run were very good. Also, Artur Zelenyy did a very good job. The question is where there was one wheel outside before touch and go number 7. The only thing that is bothering me in this situation, because the rest of the line elements have been taken in a perfect manner. But would it be considered to be a wheel outside? We will find it out as soon as we see the diagram on our screens. But just notice how well he performed in the last sector. First of all, the speed was pretty high, 140 kilometers per hour, which is solid. I don't remember seeing anything like this today. In the practice session, the asphalt was slightly warmer. Secondly, the speed was exchanged for the angle of 49.5 degrees, so it is less than a large angle, and I guess he will be penalized for this. But the speed is very good, even regardless the line, which is not the shortest ever. This is interesting strategy. I wonder what happens to the score. The style will definitely be compromised, but not that bad. There are 2 gear shifts during the run from 3 to 4 on the way to touch and go 8, and then when they move through touch and go 9, the drivers usually switch the gear down for the engine to feel more comfortable to continue spinning. It all starts with gear 1 or sometimes with gear 2, but there have been some situations when the drivers start with gear 3. And sometimes this gear is the only one. Georgi Bibayev once had a situation, I wouldn't call it funny, but kind of a curious one. It was a Samson's transmission when he had only 1 gear left. It was gear 3, and this is everything that he had. Line-wise, everything is perfect. In the angle, there are some questions. The style is compromised for 5 points. Yes, so the greatest penalty is for the angle, and this is sector 2. Interesting. There was a correction where the two transitions are. 88 points for the first run. This is great, and he is 13th. We've been a little bit spoiled by all the drivers who do it 90 plus. We start forgetting that this is the way you can approach a success. But we've got an example of Georgy Chivchyan, Timofey Dobrovolsky, who's been also trying slowly, little by little, and then making a good improvement. This is what we expect from Anton Dmitrienko, who is already starting his second qualifying run. For the first one, his score was 79 points, which is also not a failure, but not a victory either. And here the angle looks quite well. Here he is pulling the handbrake, but then he takes touch and go 3 and touch and go 4 as well. Then there is a transition and a move downhill. He's got to collect the inner clip, which I guess he does. And then he continues moving up the hill, and unfortunately he misses touch and go 8. Even a replay is not required. And minus another touch and go, plus 2-point penalty for one wheel outside. And oh, this is very sad, because until a certain moment everything has been running very well. This is minus 10 for the line alone, and obviously there will be more deductions made by the judges. Let's just look how well he got TG6, and why was it the speed that he lacked to reach the edge of the track and to take touch and go 7 and 8. It looked like the radius of that sweeper was a little bit too short, or maybe the angle was too deep. It looked like the car pushed too deep inward before touch and go 7, touch and go 8. This way he ignored that very expensive touch and goes. Unfortunately, which is very, very unfortunate. I remind you that they are all concentrated around the middle of the distance. 6, 7 and 8 are very close to each other, and they give 12 points altogether. And 12 points out of 30. This is very close to a half of that. This is 1-1, 3-3, 4-4, and 2-2. This is the score distribution. And Vladimir Safonov, who's got style score to distribute, has got a different order of counting from 5 to 9. He's got 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, but they are in a kind of a random sequence. The fourth sector, the curve, is very highly evaluated in terms of the style. And yesterday, many drivers decided to focus on that. And Anton Dmitrienko always had a very good sweeper, and Artyom Shabanov as well had a very, very good sweeper, regardless of what leader he had. He would simply go in the way he had to do it, no matter who he drove with. Very close all the time, knocking on the door. I hope we see it in our tandem runs. So this is where we are now. We are waiting for the results of Anton Dmitrienko. Of course, we want to see some beautiful tandem runs, nostalgically thinking of the yesterday's practice. 79 points were the result of Anton Dmitrienko in his first run. How many will he have for the second? We will see right now. Yes, we see it. Minus 10 for the line, as predicted. Minus 5 for the angle. And minus 9 for the style, which is pretty much no improvement, unfortunately. It makes a total of 76. And this is the 21st place in the qualifying rating at this moment out of 36 drivers, so he is in a very dangerous zone. Now we're waiting for the driver with the most popular patronymic in Russian Drift Series, Igorevich, Evgeny Igorovich Losев. On board his Toyota Supra A80. In the first round, he had 91.5 points. Let's see what he shows in the second. There were some obvious but sad inaccuracies, which I guess are easy to eliminate. But this is what I think. In the meanwhile, Evgeny Losев pressing the right pedal, and he is making a very decisive transition. takes touch and go 3 and then touch and go 4 is already under the rear left wheel. A very brilliant transition. Yevgeny Losев through touch and go 6 is running towards touch and go 7, and whoa, this is -4 already. He takes touch and go number 8. The last transition to touch and go 9, and this is the way the line looks. Almost in the no-go zone, but not there. Okay, so shall we cry over touch and go 7? It looks like he was not just precise enough. But this is what we love Yevgeny Losев for. He is fearless. He may be inaccurate sometimes, but, well, yes, seriously, Igorevich is the most popular patronymic in Russian Drift Series. Counting the 2 commentators. But if we count the commentators, we will have to also include the entire team. And now we see how concentrated looks Yevgeny Losев. Of course, we know that he cannot make out all the touch and goes out there. I remember Yevgeny Losев say once, I can take 100 points for any configuration, but I do not always do that. All right, so as far as the first run is concerned, it was 91.5 points. Now it's -7 for the line already, but it's too early to cry because there can still be an improvement. Everything depends on the speed, on the pace. There's a little less smoke, please notice, which means that he's been propulsing his car in a very careful manner in order not to ruin the rear wheel, because the excessive speed doesn't always equal speed, because it is all about the grip and about the efficiency of propulsion. There is even some certain percentage. This is 33 for the style, 32.5 for the angle, and 26 for the line, which makes... I am not sad because the run is bad, but because I want to see some struggle for the victory in the qualifying. But this far, this is the same. Stability. Stability. And Yevgeny Losев is on the 7th line in the qualifying rating, and he outperforms Anton Kozlov, by the way, with the equal result. Yevgeny Losев has got 2 equal results, and Anton Kozlov has a worse result of 85.5. So this is why it works out this way. So why is it so quiet? Maybe the storm is coming. Well, the storm is definitely coming, but I hope the skies are merciful on us. But my phone says the rain might begin in 2 hours, which means that everything has already shifted from the midday. But now Artem Leitis is coming. In the first run, he had 83 points. He is currently 16th. He represents the team of Carville Racing and his Nissan 200 SX. All right, so here we are. Artem Leitis is beginning his first run. He has done it before in the previous run as well. He makes a transition collecting touch and go number 2, and then he goes to pick touch and goes 3 and 4, which is successful. Then another transition in the same manner as he did in the previous run. Right, over touch and go 5, and here one wheel seems to have been out, but Artem Leitis brings this structure back on track. Then transition to touch and go 9, and whoa. I haven't seen double pedal here yet, but otherwise he would have gone directly into the no-go zone. We will see it right now on the replay. Maybe it was some lack of speed, or maybe he opened the throttle too early. But the idea was clear. He had to go through the apex in order to gain more speed, or more pace, to be more precise. But as a result, he overdid it, and he had to slow the car down with the left foot just not to get outside with 2 or even more wheels in the no-go zone, because it was quite possible. Let's check it out once again. This spin, and then he goes into the no-go zone. This is the way he saves himself. And what would the judges say about this? We've got the clock. We've got the timer. Vladimir Safonov yesterday was watching the drivers, and this is how the reference points were generated. Sector 5 will be compromised by 2 points. There is a 2-point penalty. So, yes, this is minus 2 points. And we will find out the rest very soon. We see 7.9 seconds in the run-in, which is also not brilliant. This would be a 2-point penalty. Then there is a 0. By 0, I mean 0 penalty. And the middle was quite impressive, but the beginning and the ending, the ends are penalized. The first sectors are penalized, and the last one is penalized as well. But if the plans have been fulfilled, it would have been really great. But since yesterday, the drivers are still seeking the right solutions. Because the references were drawn up only yesterday in the evening, and it cannot be any different because the judges need some observations in order to generate the references. They accumulate all the data they have collected throughout the practice day. And these are not just simple practice. These are practices on the line, on the given line. Only these runs are evaluated in terms of the speed. This is a huge analytical work that has to be carried out. But all these figures are not random. I remind you, these all data that are actually justified. This is -4 for the wheels, and their penalties for the angle and the style. It looks like an improvement. I cannot tell right now, but yes, there is a 2-point improvement. It's 85, and Artem Letis rises 1 line higher, outperforming Sergei Kuznetsov. This group of drivers who've got from 80 to 90 points are always very close to each other, because it can be 1 line, but then 2 points can turn into 5 lines difference. Denis Migal is currently 17th in the qualifying protocol. He has got 82.5 points for the first run. The founder of Fresh Racing. This is the result that doesn't really correspond to the visual impression of the run. So now we expect an improvement. Denis Migal, in the meanwhile, he's poking one of the wheels outside the white line, which is bendy out there. Unfortunately, he misses a touch and go. Then he makes a touch and go transition to touch and go 5, shifts towards the no-go zone, and then he's running touch and go 7, and running up and up and up. And in the last transition, he is yes, and then he's got to run in such a manner, going through the last 5th sector in terms of the style. 6.78 seconds. I was very interested in Sector 5. It looks like Denis Migal has broken the spell. Now everyone has got to take a look at the way the driver from Fresh Racing does it and do the same. 7.4 in the second sector with the reference of 7.7. In Sector 3, he's also faster than required. Wow. In terms of the style, everything looks awesome. In terms of the line, everything is also great. So now Denis may even aspire to outperforming Yevgeny Losев and Damir as well. Denis Migal can become the most efficiently qualified driver of his team. Has it ever happened, by the way? It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, but generally this is not the most frequent of the situations. Speaking about the score that Fresh Racing has gotten the team's competition, they have been earned by 2 drivers only. Not because Denis is a bad driver, but because only 2 best results are taken into account. And being better than Yevgeny Losев and Damir Yadulin is very hard. I would say the majority of drivers of Russian Drift Series cannot get better than them. It doesn't mean that Denis Migal is not skillful enough. It means that his rivals are very awesome. And it means that his transfer policy is very right. that his HR management is very correct because he selects very good drivers. The transition was amazing. There was a while when Denis didn't really drive for his team. He had back in the time when we had only 3 drivers, he would only act as a manager, not as a driver. And Denis Migal now repeats the result of Evgeny Losev. Too bad he had that 2-point penalty, and this is why he doesn't have 30 points for the line, but he's got less. In this is 91.5, and Denis Migal doesn't outperform Evgeny Losev, but he is very close. We've got 4 drivers who has got this result of 91.5, and this is not a complete pool of those who we still expect to compete. And we are waiting for more drivers to join the 90-plus club. Denis Migal is now one of them. Sergei Kuznetsov is also welcome. This far we've got 12 people in the club, and the club is opened by Timofey Dobrovolsky with 90.5, or Artem Shabanov if we take a look from the other side. Now Sergei Kuznetsov and his flanker F in the meanwhile are doing their second qualifying run. The run-in is over. Then touch and go 1. The next touch and go is taken. He does the transition without breaking the dotted line regulation. Everything's done correctly. Touch and go 4 is naturally taken right in the middle. And then he is moving on to touch and go 7. And I've got some questions about the wheels. If it was still in touch with the white line, touch and go 8 is taken. The last transition, and then to touch and goes 9. And the last curve, Sergei Kuznetsov is crossing the finishing line. So now let's check what happened in the last sector. Unfortunately, there would be a 2-point penalty for the driver from Samara. But it's okay, this is only 2 points, but in the rest, the run has been really not bad. With touch and go 6. Touch and go 6. The inner one let him down right now. Of course, Sergei Kuznetsov is the only one to be blamed. But the 4th sector turned to be disappointing. Sector 4 is the curve from touch and go 7 to touch and go 8, the one that precedes the last transition. And there it looks like you've got to only press the accelerator, but there a lot depends on the capacity of the vehicle. If the vehicle doesn't want to push, or it hits not the best, or if the rear tires are not good enough and the grip is not sufficient, then even if the driver does everything correctly in terms of the line, doesn't widen it out too much or doesn't narrow it down too much, unfortunately, it doesn't really work. And this is what happened to Sergei Kuznetsov. I guess he's getting around 5 points penalty for Sector 4 alone. And once again, I recall touch and go 6, the inner one, which unfortunately he misses. And this can be one of the reasons why Sector 4 is not that successful, why the speed is not that good. Because he's been running through a much longer route than he could. And in terms of the style, there would also be a penalty for sure. We will see it all right now. Oh, no, in Sector 4 there is -5. It would be -1 if there is no time penalty. And this is, yes, quite a lot of penalties. And there is no improvement for Sergei Kuznetsov. 24, 32, and 24 for the style, making a total of 80. And now here is his teammate. Artur Zelený, Star Pro Stars I Mall, and his flanker F of a green color. He is currently 14th in the qualifying rating, and he's got 88 points. And it looked like he could get a 90-plus result, and definitely he has outperformed Sergei Kuznetsov in the qualifying rating, regardless of what the second run outcome would be. But of course, we wish that we have more 90-plus club members. And now Artur Zelený touches the no-go zone, then he goes to touch and go 2 and 3 towards number 4, and yes, he takes touch and go number 4, then transition into touch and go 5. We have seen such options before. Then touch and go 7 is also collected as Artur Zelený is running up the hill without violating the borders of the track, even though it looked like he might. And the last sector, and there the line is a little bit too broad and it looks like a 0 because it's an uncontrolled finish. An uncontrolled finish, but I think Artur has understood a lot out there. Yes, he understands it all. This world has become absolutely clear to him. Do we have any rivers around here? But I hope we don't have any rivers on the track because the rain may come. We've seen some lakes this season. We have had some swims, almost diving, and it was in Siberia, not in Karelia. In the Krasnoyarsk region, we've got lots of rivers and lakes, and in the neighboring regions, we've got some salty lakes as well. But the Krasnoyarsk region is so big that there is a lot of everything, just because the territory is very large. The Krasnoyarsk region has got a very interesting silhouette right in the middle of the country. What the region is not very rich in is the people. The population is pretty scarce due to the big northern territory. And this is a 0 for Artur Zelený, unfortunately. All right, Artur Zelený just gave it a try. He now knows that he now knows what not to do, and he's 14th in the qualifying rating, which is not a bad result. And we have just completed the performance of the 4th group, and we've got 2 more left, plus a little health group where we've got 1 member this far, which is Alexander Abramov. But would he go to compete? We still don't know yet. We've got 1 technical failure, which is Ilya Polishchuk. What is in the potential failure zone? There, we don't even have any, but we know what references could apply. We've got this 00 due to the failure of Ilya Polishchuk. Alexander Abramov is still in mind. Alexei Kozlov has got 67. Then Ruslan Arefyev has got 67.7, and Anton Dmitrienko has got 79. Well, 79 looks pretty optimistic. It looks safe enough, but a lot depends on the performance of the other contenders. Kirill Matskevich from Time Up. Wait. Alexander Abramov still has his 63 points. Now, Kirill Matskevich from Time Up is running on his first run. Sorry for the repetition. Now he takes touch and go 1, and then the transition to collect touch and go 2, right on the line with the left rear wheel. And he goes touch and go zone. And wow, look at this transition. It could be a backward, but no corrections whatsoever. But he takes touch and go number 7, which he had to. And then he doesn't ignore touch and go 8 and touch and go 9. And he decided not to struggle with his car and just directed it into the control area, just like Anton Kozlov did twice. An interesting recipe, and it is pretty clear. Oh, wow. 2-point penalty. Kirill Matskevich is a very self-critical person, and I hope that he will still be content with some of the runs. But there are 2 types of drivers, self-confident and self-critical. I don't know if there is any golden middle and which of the strategies is perfect. I only know 1 driver who is balanced. But if, dear friends, you know any driver who would be a reference for spiritual balance, please share in the comments to our yesterday's news or any other post in our social media. We will try not to miss it. So don't forget to speak up, read our Telegram channel. You can find a lot of interesting information. Or maybe some of your ideas can be read out loud in our broadcast. We will try not to abuse it, but we may mention some of the things that you speak about. Ilya Fedorov has got interesting weight. We will let you know as soon as he appears. He will come up very soon. He's 3rd in group number 5. And now we thank our secretary, Alexander Abramov, is going to the health group, but his first result remains. I guess this is a procedural kind of thing. Let us not concentrate, but this is just a thing that happens. Alexander Abramov failed to come on his second run in the right order, so he's got his 63 points left. This is not a brilliant result, and he's got a chance to improve it. Unfortunately, Kirill Matskevich has got a bad result in the first run, even though he had an opportunity to improve it. But it looks quite solid, 87.5. He's only 15th, but everything is still ahead for this driver. Now he is in between Artur Zeleny and Dmitry Sherbina. And he still has a chance to get a better score at least. He can give it a try. Danila Skarabagata from Lukoil Racing Drift Team, who this season has got to the podium for the second time in his career. It was at Igora Drive last event. The previous event, the sixth one, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, right. Because I've been thinking about the hard start Danila Skarabagatov had this season. But in terms of the contribution to the overall team's result, he looks very well, like Andreas Tapov. And now he is handling touch and go 2 in a very good manner, and touch and go 3 as well. Touch and go 4 he takes, and then he makes the transition into touch and go 5 and 6, and no, he doesn't. There is some smoke coming. Is this oil? Oh, no, 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 this is an engine. And it looks like there is an oil dripping, which leaves us no hope. It looks like we will have to suspend the runs. Very, very likely. Why it is so bad? Because fixing it must be very hard, even if he goes to the health group, because changing the engine in around an hour, it would be impossible. Let's support Danila Skarabagatov. This is a very demotivating result. Very bad finish for the season, even though the entire season looked pretty optimistic. But unfortunately, such things happen in motorsports. Yes, it does sometimes. And by the way, Danila Skarabagatov is doing it very right. As soon as he realized that something was going on, he got off the track. Please notice this moment. The engine exploded and he immediately leaves the track. This is the experience of Danila. Even though he hasn't spent so many events with RDS GP, he is a very experienced athlete. This is his 17th event in Russian Drift Series Grand Prix, but in motorsports he's got a lot of experience. Since his school years, he has been competing in various disciplines, starting with Winter Drift Battle. He is a 2-time champion of Winter Drift Battle, and he is the most resultive driver of a Lukoil Racing Drift Team in terms of the contribution of score. Andreas Tapov still has a chance to improve his performance, but Danila Skarabagatov is very unlikely. And while the track is cleaned, we will take a little commercial break.
А почему выгодно? С дебетовой карты ВТБ скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50%.
Получайте скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50% с картой ВТБ. ВТБ, все получится.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen вкус отличен. На уровень новый он, мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в приложении Яндекс.Еда.
RDS GP — это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Вы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка.
Take it easy on me.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
А ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как это возможно?
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит.
Это автоспорт, детка. Вообще, за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск.
Мы этим живем.
I just couldn't be happier.
Черт побери, мы за это и любим дрифт.
Кубок России по дрифту на уникальной гоночной конфигурации Ростов-Арена. Топовые пилоты RDS GP и RDS Open, Дым и Драйв ждут вас 4 и 5 октября в Ростове-на-Дону. Билеты на сайте tickets.vdrifte.ru.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.com.
Профессиональная гоночная команда Fresh Racing. Действующие чемпионы RDS Prix. В нашем арсенале 3 лютые Toyota Supra А80 на 2 JZ. Номер 33 – отец-основатель Денис Мигаль. Номер 9 – король квалификаций Дамир Идиатуллин. Номер 81 – сибирский силовик Евгений Лосев. Двигайся с нами и звони нам на пейджер.
Мы — команда, которая не боится перемен и готова идти на риск. Мы не просто едем, мы диктуем ритм гонки. Мы — тайм-ап. Мы больше, чем гоночная команда. И наше время не просто наступило. Наше время сейчас.
Touch my sleeve. Niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flat.
Up on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. Don't if you get kissed, you might fall out.
Но в любом случае, ты когда приезжаешь на соревнования, ты хочешь победить.
За 5 минут мы хоть что-то можем сделать? Или я пойду сейчас бить козлом? Не, вот этого не надо.
Dear friends, we are back on air. Ilya Fedorov is on the start, number 13, his traditional number. But there is an absolute innovation here at VTB final of RDS GP. We continue the qualifying. The track has been cleaned. Danilo Skorobogatov doesn't say it's a technical failure. He's gonna fight. He is going to the health group. But Ilya Fedorov, who is now back to Khabarovsk, is driving the heaviest car of 1,370 kilos. Let's go and see how it works. It begins raining, so officially the speed criterion is cancelled. So now the style will be judged traditionally. So all the traditional criteria will now be applied. But now Ilya Fedorov is carefully collecting the touch and goes, trying to do whatever he can on this 750 HP vehicle. We can see some traces of the spilled oil. And now the chaser is running and runs by the touch and go number 8. He's desperately steering and finishes with the result. For our regular spectators, this vehicle might look familiar. You have seen it at RDS Europe last year. Alexander Dashlienko was driving it, a driver from Vladivostok, and he offered Ilya Fedorov drive his car at VTB final of RDS GP. Moreover, in the break in between the events, Ilya Fedorov tried it in a regional championship, and he won it, and he said, well, okay, I get this car as a prize. In fact, Alexander himself offered the car to Ilya Fedorov, their old friends, the four-time champion of RDS East, and Alexander Dashlienko is one of the prize winners of FIA Motorsport Games. And he, when Ilya Fedorov defeated one of the champions of the games, this was the iMolnia, the Lightning. By the way, speaking about iMolnia and all these things, the official sponsor of the competition is iMol company. The general sponsor is VTB Bank PJSC, and also the title sponsor of this event. And also Level Kitchen, let us not forget, our delicious sponsor. The healthy nutrition to fit your fitness goals. You can try it yourself at the food truck. And also don't forget about RDS Shop. There you can buy a raincoat or any warm clothes, and also a new issue of RDS magazine, which is available. You can also buy it online on rdsshop.ru, and all the items available at RDS Shop can also be ordered and shipped to your home or anywhere else. Quite a lot of corrections, quite a lot of difficulties, because now the asphalt is patchy, dry and wet. This is the maximum disgusting type of asphalt. The beginning of the rain is usually the most slippery condition, because it turns into a sort of slippery flower. When the track turns into a river, it is of course very bad, but when it's only getting wet, it's even worse. So this is the way it looks. The score distribution, 26 for the line, and 30.5 for the angle, 25 for the style. Let's sum it up, and it's 81.5. By the way, this is not the worst result ever. And this is the result that can take Ilya Fedorov to top 32. And now, welcome back, Vladislav Yerofeev, representing Lekar-одержимый Motorsport. Nissan 370Z represents the town of Georgievsk, the Stavropol Oblast. Happy coming back, Vladislav, and he's going on his first attempt. Our cameraman and our directors are trying to show us the best picture possible. The rain is getting a little heavier, then it's getting a little weaker again. It's now far from a critical kind of rain, but I remind you that the speed restrictions have been cancelled already. But now Vladislav Yerofeev almost misses touching 06, but most importantly, he's got to collect the rest of the valuable checkpoints. You can see that there is hardly any smoke coming from the rear wheels. He takes touch and go number 8. And I've got a question about if the wheel has been still within the track. But most importantly, we see a resultive run, which is good. Yes, doubtlessly, Vladislav Yerofeev also did one practice run. And he said that starting from the third run, he felt like this break wasn't even there, like he didn't even miss some events. Because it's like riding a bike. Once you've done it, you never forget. 10 or 15 minutes and everything gets back in order. And he regains confidence in a second. He also demonstrates his fitness by doing some stunt riding tricks, and he posted it online on his social media. So he did a wheelie, a one leg, and all other stunts. So if you are interested, you can check his social media. And now it's time to drive on 4 wheels and show the best of his performance. Now we're watching it on replays. This far, the judges are still thinking about how this run can be evaluated. It is better not to do any wheelies here while drifting. All 4 wheels should be standing firmly on the ground. On the replay, it looked like he missed touch and go number 6 because before that he did something like not a backward but a large angle followed by a correction. This correction usually signifies that the driver is trying to do something to take the touch and go number 6, but the 4 points, just like all the other line points, are there on the ground, and they just need to be picked right on time. It also depends on which of the axles slipped. If it's the front axle, then you miss it. Or if it's the rear, then you reduce the angle a little bit and try to hold on to it, and then you still have a chance to get the inner touch and go. But most frequently, this is the front axle that slips. But the correction diagram shows that this is more likely to be the front axle. You can see it very well from this view. You can see everything that is going on with the car. But also there are the judges' eyes that see it all. It's -4 for touch and go 6 and -2 because there was a wheel outside. And then everything is more or less standard. And there is a deduction for the angle. And for the style as well, there is some penalty that hasn't been really severely compromised, but it has been compromised. And this is the result that Vladislav Yaroviev takes home. It is 84, which looks pretty optimistic in terms of going to top 32, and the rest is about the improvement that he can achieve. He is currently 18th in the qualifying rating, and the next one on the order is Andrei Astapov from Lukoil Racing Drift Team, representing the city of Yekaterinburg, driving his BMW E92, who is currently hasn't got any victories in the qualifying, but he's been on the podium twice in this configuration. Let's see if he can do it for the 3rd time. Andrei Astapov in his E92 with the custom body kit is already on the squad section of the track. He takes touch and go number 3, yes, correct, and then touch and go 4 is on the agenda. Now the rest is this movement downhill to touch and go 6 is very uneasy because this is a challenging part of the track, especially when the asphalt condition is so unpredictable. It gets even more mysterious. But Andrei Astapov, seems to have found the clue to this mystery. He has been running through this configuration very well since the moment it first appeared. Here, there is even some smoke coming out. You can still see some traces of the absorbent used for cleaning out the oil. They can also influence the grip, but I believe that Andrei Astapov has nailed this assignment. And you can tell that this is a configuration that is very comfortable for him, and stylistically, this is the right one for him. And he has got 2 podiums here. By the way, he is the only driver of all who has been on the podium twice on this configuration. The rest of the drivers haven't been that lucky. Even though we had only 3 events on this configuration, but 2 out of 3 is an impressive result, isn't it? Unfortunately, we've got sad news about Danilas Karabagatov. This is a technical failure, and we've got 2 drivers who have an official technical failure. Danilas Karabagatov and Ilya Polishchuk. Alexander Abramov in the health group is still under question, and there are 3 drivers who are currently under threat. And these are Alexander Abramov, who has got 63 points, Alexei Kozlov, who has got 67, and Ruslan Arefyev with 67.5. This is the way it looks. But this is also a reference for the drivers. They shouldn't be worse than 67.5, and then they can count for top 32. This far, it is not very severe. 9 people haven't come on the track yet, including 3 drivers of the 5th group and 6 drivers of group number 6, which means that a lot may change in all this situation. But there are only 27 drivers who have got a result, which means that as soon as there are over 32, we can speak about those who may fail. This far, everyone is fitting in. Even those who haven't come onto the start can theoretically count for a top 33. We are still watching the replays of Andrei Astapov's run, which looked very good. Of course, with a little adjustment for a correction in around touch and go 9. And once again, this is a question about how Mikhail Davidyants evaluates those wavy fluctuations of the car body after touch and go 6. 66.7 was the angle, which is pretty big, if whatever kind of criteria you apply. Andrei Astapov is the candidate of sports, and we've got 16 of them, plus 1 master of sports, who is Grigory Burlutsky. He is a master of sports in circuit racing. We've got a master of sports of the Republic of Belarus and the master of sports of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Grigory Burlutsky is a circuit racer, first of all, and he's got the title for those victories. He's also a rally driver and a champion of rally driver, and also and all that he got in carvel racing, who together with Grigory Burlutsky traveled around all the disciplines and finally settled down in drifting. Grigory Burlutsky also has a RDS Europe victory, which is a good foundation for further fight for the summit of RDS Grand Prix. And so we can see that our 90-plus club is growing due to Andrei Astapov. He's got 3 points penalty for the 2-point penalty for the angle and 3 for the style. This is an absolutely perfect result for the first attempt. 95 points. And Andrei Astapov takes off to the summit, repeating the result of Roman Tivadar. And he is very close to Artem Shabanov. And now Pyotr Borodin from Takayama Forward Auto, who has changed his suspension for the 2nd time this season. He has tried all the 3 options. And now this is the classic Parsha Max clutches and the arms. And all of this goes to the scored section of the track together with Pyotr Borodin. Even on the run-in, he had some problems. The line doesn't look straight, and I guess this is because of the condition of the asphalt. Even acceleration is a problem. The grip is getting absolutely bad, and Pyotr Borodin is trying to fight. He's struggling, even though he's trying to show a decent line, but whoa, it looks like it could be an opposite drift. We'll check it out at the replay. But now, obviously, this is gonna be a serious angle penalization. But where it takes us later, we will find it out later. The judges will explain it to us in the language of numbers. Now he collects touch and go 8 as well as touch and goes number 9. And this way, at a very low speed, he is finishing the run. Now let's analyze why this correction happened. And I have a theory about it. Please take a look at the color of the asphalt. There is a lot of debris, and it means that it is very slippery when it begins raining, when it gets wet. And in the place of that correction, there is a little patch where everyone does the transition, so the debris do not collect, do not build up. And this is where the forward racing catches the grip, where the asphalt is clean right before touch and go number 5. And therefore, it causes problems. There is no opposite drift whatsoever. And it looks like a correction performed by Ruslan Arefyev, but he did it in touch and go 7. There was very little angle, but there was still some. A little bit of it. Very little. There was a severe angle deficit in around touch and go 6. And he's been sliding on the edge of 9.1. And the angle was 9 degrees. This is not the 5.6 that Ruslan Arefyev had, but even there, the judges considered it productive. Most importantly, Piotr reacted to it in the correct manner. He did everything to direct the car with the right side forward, according to the assignment of the judges. Even acceleration here is a challenge, but what happened to the speed? And the speed was below 100 kilometers per hour. In this kind of environment, it looks like the Weiss fob is more comfortable compared to N1. I wonder what Piotr Borodin has been thinking. It looks like this is a 2-point penalty for the line. And why is Piotr using this suspension? In Krasnoyarsk, after the RDS GP event, Piotr didn't go home. He decided to stay for another week for RDS Open to help his friends from Forward Auto team. For the first time in history, Forward Auto is taking part in RDS Open as well. I remember Gocha, who was here in the studio, saying he was not interested, but still, anyway, it happened. Maybe just because they had the drivers, and why not unite them under the auspices of Forward Auto? And he took a ride on a classic Forward Racing, and he loved it. And after that, he decided to get this classic Forward suspension, which the team did. And Piotr showed a very good performance during the practice runs, and it looked like he was enjoying the process of driving, at least. We've got the results, and they're amazingly unanimous. I mean, the line is 28 out of 30, and Angle and Style 28 out of 35, but nevertheless, the score is the same. 28, 28, and 28, which makes a total of 74, if I am not mistaken. 84, yeah, sure, 84, I'm sorry. I apologize to Piotr and all his fans. 84 is the result that is optimistic for the current situation. He is definitely in top 32. I don't know what the weather would be, but the optimism, I guess, can be exhibited. Now, Kirill Matskevich from Time Up, the city of Minsk, the Republic of Belarus, is going on his second run. And the first one, he had 87.5, and it was rank 16. And now Kirill Matskevich under the raid, which is getting stronger, as I can judge from this picture. He's going to try to do something with this result. This is going to be a challenge, to say the least, but at least this is the rehearsal of what the drivers will have later. Kirill Matskevich, at a very different pace and a very different mood, is running through the scored section of the track meter by meter. Collects touch and go number 3 and touch and go 4 as well. Even touch and go 5 hasn't slipped from underneath the wheels of the Supra number 80. And now you can make out this square that he's got to take, and then continue looking for touch and go 8, and here it is. Yes, here you are, here you go. Then transition to touch and goes number 9, and then the move towards the finish through the last sweeper close to the no-go zone. Well, bravo Kirill. He did everything he could in this situation. In this regard, I guess there is minimum questions. But what has been happening with the speed? I mean, the initiation speed, because Piotr Borodin had under 100 kilometers per hour. I guess Kirill Matskevich wouldn't be much faster. Ah, no, he was 99. 99 kilometers per hour. Yes, he managed. Obviously, he had enough stability in the chassis of the Toyota Supra to hold it. Lots of selectors and buttons and arms and levers. This is the braking regulator on the right. This is that yellow button. Also this dimmer with several positions hidden behind the handbrake must be a program selection, even though it can be something else as well. Sometimes this function is done differently. I think you can have up to 6 programs in their different pressure, different fuel cards, and different power, so it can be around 300 HP that you can regulate. By the way, Sergei Sak once told us, when he had a little break during the practice day, he said that out of the 6 available programs, he uses the one-third of them. Not around 800 HP, This is not the middle of the first program. This is not like 10 or 60 HP like Lada might have. But, for example, looking at the example of Likar Regime Motorsport, who trolled us around, who said that they had 680 HP. Their most powerful program is 1063. I guess the drone operator just felt a little bored. He's been running around in circles. So the line is perfect. Only 4 points penalty for this tile and 3-point penalty for the angle. And now Kirill Matskevich has got a very solid result, a cool result, an awesome result. He takes off. And to be more precise, he is jumping on rank 6. He's got 93 points. And this is an absolutely fair 6th rank, because he's the only one having this result. This is the disposition. And we now are waiting for... Well, of course I would like to see Danilas Karabagata, but not. No, Ilya Fyodorov it is, his second run. In the first one he had 81.5, and he's currently 23rd. And something is telling me that he may show us something better. At least now the condition of the asphalt is bad, but a little bit more clear. But Ilya Fyodorov is famous for going good at bad weathers. His car is not the most powerful ever. But now let's see what he can do. At least it's long enough, which is good in this condition. Ilya Fyodorov is taking touch and go 2. Then he fixes the angle with a handbrake. I don't know if one will have slipped or not. I guess the judges can see it better. Now we're already in touch and go 4 together with the driver. And now he managed to make a sharp transition, collecting on the way touch and go number 6. And then he begins this pushing away from the asphalt, running uphill by several meters that he's got to take touch and go on 8. And then he collects the last touch and go, the transition, and then a fixation with a handbrake and a timely handbrake and throttle opening. And yes, I didn't have a doubt that he will get to that finish, because after all, this is a very experienced driver. But there was a lot of pressure and tension, especially after the first transition, because the car, for some reason, decided to spin more and more and more. And it wasn't really comfortable. It wasn't controlled either, even though from its angle it looked like everything was pretty controllable. As far as Ilya's skill of rain driving, it's really true, it's really so. But on a lightweight car, it's easier to drive on the wet asphalt. Ilya is very used to light cars. His SX is the lightest. And he even has to install ballast on his car. We haven't heard anything about ballast for a long time to conform with the minimum weight requirement, which is 1,250, and the maximum was 1,500. And we had the first underweight in our history, and it was at the Red Ring RDS Open. That was the driver of Forward Auto, Pyotr Martynov, who is a sport of Georgy Chivchyan. At the practice, his front bumper and his headlight were damaged, and they decided not to put it up for top 32, and 7 kilos were missing. And the heat was won by Pyotr Martynov, but he was disqualified. Well, yes, so the situation is pretty curious, let's say so. Ilya Fyodorov, in the meanwhile, continues running through slightly damp asphalt, and then it's seriously damp, and we really commiserate. And we are waiting for the results, of course, the results from the judges' board. So now, right now, these are the results of Ilya Fyodorov, and according to everything, there is an improvement. And this is quite a good one. Unfortunately, Sector 2 let him down. I remind you that Ilya Fyodorov is a 4-time winner of RDS East, but the picture is very, very good. 28 for the line, because there was one wheel outside, 32 for the angle, and 28 for the style, making a total of 88 which is a very serious improvement, and he is in the top part of the qualifying protocol. He is on 16th line of the rating. Yes, he may be shifted down a little bit, but we will definitely see Ilya in tandem runs, at least in top 32. So everything is possible. Anything is possible. And in the meanwhile, we're looking at Vladislav Yerofeev, who has done a very good start with 84 points in his first run, and now 370 Z number 20, wearing the colors of Licar Держими Motorsport, is already at the run end. The counter shift initiation, not a very aggressive one. Well, it doesn't have to be, and especially in such weather, never. And now a transition. Once again, speaking about the sharpness of the transitions, Mikhail Davidyan said that they can be just dynamic, but there are drivers who, even in such weather, can do sharp transitions and fix the angle. But I know that in the top lines of the protocol, these are the drivers who are breathing out with a great relief, looking at these torches of Vladislav Yerofeev and his colleagues, who is basically nailing his assignment in this situation. The Z is very well adjusted, and he doesn't have to make any heroic effort. He just has to fix the angles, and Vladislav Yerofeev is slowly, of course slowly, because it cannot be done any other way, he's running through the scored section of the track, and he can even improve his current situation. He had 84 points in the first run, and now I think it's very likely that he can improve this situation. The judges consider the specificity of the weather, but as far as the angles are concerned, everything was very careful, very stable. They were not over the top. Of course, there are no big angles whatsoever, but once again, Mikhail Davidyan said medium angles are okay if it rains, because this is a matter of safety. You know, playing too much with the angles on a slippery asphalt can be threatening. You may get lost there. And I don't know if Vladislav Yerofeev has been thinking about what has been said during the briefing while he drives, but he did everything he had to do in this situation. I know that the speed is out of question. He just needs to take his car to the finish. But the line is very well already. This is a great achievement. And moreover, we will definitely see the other criteria. But this far, I haven't seen any fresh regulations. I know that everything is in the process. But this way or another, Vladimir Safonov will still have to work, because I suspect that the rain will stay with us for a while, and we will have to live with it, and top 32 is likely to be taking place under the rain. I hope that we can finish before the dark, because the sun falls quite early right now, because it's autumn, and the sun never asks us whether we are ready or not, whether we are done or not, and maybe something may have to be rescheduled, even though we don't want it. Yes, for the angle, Mikhail Davidyan decided to penalize Vladislav Yerofeev in the last fifth sector. There was a serious lack. And speaking of the style, Vladimir Safonov also had some questions, and in the rest, everything was more or less good. And this is 92 points in this condition. Speaking about the weather continues trolling us, because the rain will finish at 7 p.m. according to the forecast. I just hope it doesn't come back tomorrow. If today it's inevitable, okay, let's just cope with it, and tomorrow we'll be happy to have a nice and dry and smoky final for the season 2025 of RDS GP. And now on the start, we see the driver who can definitely be a candidate for the victory in the qualifying. Why not? This may be his first qualifying victory. Andrei Astapov, he has got 95 points this far. 95 is already very good, but we know that Artyom Shabanov has got half a point more, which means that he's got to make one mistake less. In theory, it sounds very easy, but we will see what Andrei can do. He's got a lot of experience, which enables him to be very confident on any kind of asphalt, which he is doing. Now, touch and go 2, everything is very clear according to the diagram, but now at least one wheel has been outside, because he's a little bit too deep inside, so this is at least -5, and this is a goodbye to the victory. But if this is only one wheel, there is still a chance that lingers, even though you know that it's very hard to get a 90 plus with such a mistake. In the meanwhile, Andreas Tapov is running to touch and go 7, and in touch and go 8, of course, in a very confident manner, he also takes touch and go's number 9. Now he's got to press the pedal before the dotted line, which he does, and he's already approaching the finish. So now let's start waiting for the results and study what is happening out there. Let's see what the judges say. There has been some angle change, but it didn't help him to push away from the line. The 6s might be okay. This is 6, 7, 8 are okay, but it looks quite stable. The steering wheel didn't move a millimeter in the hands of Andreas Tapov while he was climbing uphill from touch and go 7 to touch and go 8. But it should be mentioned that this is really a very smooth angle diagram, which also speaks of the confidence of the driver. Deserves respect. Of course, the speed has fallen to 85 kilometers per hour around touch and go 9, where some of the drivers could get up to 140 and 100 at the initiation. But this is the weather. We know this. Everything is clear. You can see this meditative manner at which Andreas Tapov is driving calmly and smoothly because, well, he's got a lot of time to think and to aim. It is not easy in such conditions when it's more important to be stable and precise. Another replay. This is a BMW E92, 3rd series. The body kit is custom. It is not super exclusive. You can buy it, but this is his proprietary design. Andrei decided not to use any other solution. Yes, there are lots of deductions, style penalties, and an angle deductions, and one wheel outside, -2, which makes a total of a 28, 32, and 30. And this is a total of 90. We remember Arkady Sergrazov, who had one wheel outside, and he got 98 points. But this is very, very painful, because the rest was really perfect. 90 points is a good result, but this is not what Andreas Tapov needs in terms of his tournament goals. But anyway, 95 is a great result after all, isn't it? It is just about the weather, I guess. He is now on the 3rd line because Roman Tivadar has got 2 attempts. One is 95 and the other is 94, so he's hard to compete with. Pyotr Borodin had a very good first attempt, 84 points. And now in the second one, after he has already adjusted to the damp asphalt, I guess he will manage to show us something more impressive. Let's watch. The S15 with C7s on the windshield, and this is the International Master of Sport of the Republic of Kazakhstan on board. He collects the first 2 clips, then he makes a transition as much as it was possible, and using the handbrake, he is taking the touch and go 2. I don't know what Vladimir Safonov thinks about it. And in the meanwhile, Pyotr is running like this through touch and go 4 to the transition, and this time everything is perfect without any weird jumps. The asphalt is now evenly wet, enabling the driver to drive in a more predictable kind of environment. Now, for touch and go number 7, Pyotr Borodin is running towards TG8. And here is the last transition, therefore, and this is the touch and go 9/1, 9/2. Both have been taken by the left rear wheel. Everything is running according to the plan, and this is the finishing line, which is also crossed. It feels like a slow-mo replay. It all looks like a slow-mo after those super fast runs in the first part of the qualifying, especially here. You can see how careful Pyotr Borodin has been with the angles. And you know why, because this is the suspension. It really loves small and medium angles, and it doesn't like bigger ones. I wouldn't say that it's uncomfortable in big angles, but there is a big risk of spinning because the wise fob has more turnout, but the wise fob doesn't speed up like this, especially at the transitions. We remember the forward racings, and this superpower was about the acceleration in a large angle, and Georgy Chivchyan has used it multiple times. But well, let's be fair. This car has been built for Georgy Chivchyan, and the fact that it works out for other drivers is a big commercial luck. But the car has been evolving together with the driver, which is a perfect kind of scenario, a perfect mix when both the driver is growing and the capacity of the car is also growing. Because there are very few drivers who can jump on forward racing S15, especially in its classical spec, and run super cool. Usually they need some time to adjust, especially if a driver has got a circuit racing experience like Timofey Dobrovolsky, who would be super comfortable with the suspension. This is some interesting observation. Rally drivers can also handle it because they are used to running forward and sideways. Because if you didn't know, Pyotr Borodin spent most of his career in rally. Unfortunately, this is a 4-point penalty for touching 06, which he doesn't take. And angle-wise, there are also some deductions, minus 2.5 in Sector 1, minus 2.5 in Sector 2, minus half a point in Sector 3, as well as the style, too much of handbrake. Yes, alas, this is 26 for the line, 29.5 for the angle, and 28 for the style, which makes a total of 83.5. Close, but no. Unfortunately for Pyotr Borodin, he remains on the 21st line of the qualifying protocol. And now we proceed to the 6th group, and it will be opened by Sergei Sak, two-time champion of Belarus, the winner of the Eastern European Drifting Championship, the Nissan 400Z to GZ GTE 900 HP. Yesterday, Sergei was very content with his practice on the dry, and I guess he would be very unhappy to see this wet asphalt. But this is another car built by Forward Auto. This is number 71 this time. Let's see what Sergei Sak can show us in such an environment, which is definitely not the best one. He manages to start the transition before the dotted line. Two-time champion of Belarus is doing a great job. Then he moves towards number 4 around the no-go zone, and now it's time to make the transition number 2. And slightly lazily, the Z performs all the elements. And the driver doesn't really push it hard because it's very clear he needs stability. It's okay with a 2-point penalty for the wheel, but this one looks worse because this is minus 4 for the line, and then he's got to collect the 8. He's got time to think about it, to build the line and to collect this element. 2 9s are also taken without any extra problems. And there the angle was a little bit too large. And I think it was almost a spin, but no, it didn't happen. Interestingly, the paint on the rear bumper looks like those aerodynamic things in Formula 1. The angle was too large in 2 moments. Here he was 1 step away from spinning around, and also at the end it looked like it was a little bit dangerous. But it only means that he doesn't have enough of a side support. The car is trying to push, to spin around the front axle, around the front wheels, and to spin around. Therefore, it's necessary to use the clutch to catch it in the process. If you use the acceleration to catch the front axle, the rear axle needs to be caught with the clutch first of all. Just know to provoke the further development of the angle. And this is what we see it right here at the last meters of the distance performed by Sergei. What is interesting in this situation is that regardless of the fact that this is a 400Z, this is basically a 370. We have mentioned it before, and this is cool in terms of in Russia a conversion kit was produced, and it can turn one car into another. In Nissan, they didn't, because in Nissan, changing the panels is the simplest thing that you can do. And the simplest thing that you can do with the body, like Contender, was turned into like the X-ray. For instance, this is absolutely the same structure. Everything is the same. The outside panels are the same, and now it looks like a different car. Now, or Volvo C60 turned into Geely Manjaro, or whatever. But speaking about the mechanics, the platform is still the same. As far as the mechanics is concerned, what is the difference between 370 Nissan Z? Is the engine, the atmospheric VQ36 VHR in 370 versus the VR30 DDTT or DTT, if I'm not mistaken. I'm afraid to say it wrong. But anyway, in both, this is a V6, but in one thing is atmospheric and the other one is a 3-liter twin turbo. And this is basically the only difference. And of course, the appearance and a lot of penalties for the driver of Autobahn team, especially in the second sector, and everything is the same. And this is 26, 30.5 and 24. Which is 80.5 points for Sergei Sak, and this is 25th line of the rating this far. The next participant would be Vladislav Popov, the driver who has got his first and only victory in his career here at Moscow Raceway. This reverse configuration, we remember this final of two rookies with Timofey Dobrovolsky from Takayama Forward Auto. And now the driver of RDS GP Motorsport is going on his first qualifying run. And we go there together with him. 2 years back, Vladislav Popov celebrated his first victory here. And now it's time to qualify first, then do a transition to collect touch and go 2, let the handbrake go at last, and then collect the 3 this way. And then, without breaking the borders of the track, reduce the angle a little bit, collect touch and go 4, then do another transition right into the 5, and then to touch and go 6. It looks like, yes, he takes it, and the position of the car means it. Then he is running through the sweeper with touch and go 7. Here it's better to stop here on the line with this right front wheel, then extend the line a little bit so that the touch and go 7 is taken, then do the last transition, then taking touch and go 9, and then licking the no-go zone, crossing the finishing line. Everything is recorded, now repeat. Also, what is interesting, we've got the 400 and the 370 coming out one after another on the track. Here is a good example. Can you find 10 differences? In terms of the configuration, there are some differences. For example, some Sonos transmission on the car of Vladislav Popov and gear set on the car of Sergei Sak. And what else? The engines, 2 J-sets in both. A billet block on the car of Sergei Sak and a standard block on the car of Vladislav Popov. But as far as the suspension is concerned, there is some difference as well. Gocha calls the suspension of RDS GP Motorsport a terrible one. But these are different schools, but there are different philosophies, different schools. Philosophy would be the best way, the best word of describing it. Arkady Tseregradzev is a great fan of Weissfab, but basically on the rear suspension on all the cars of RDS GP Motorsport, except for Arkady's, is Weissfab. It's not Weissfab. Arkady uses Weissfab, but why so? I guess this is some personal preferences, including those of Popov brothers, whatever they find better. And in this regard, it would be fun to speak to them. I will try to do it when I have a chance. But can you feel the difference between different suspensions in sim drifting? Can you try different ones? Can you feel how they differ? Because we know that Ilya and Vladislav Popov are very advanced sim drifters, and it helped them join a real offline drifting in real life. So it would be fun to speak to them and to analyze the experience. And now let's analyze this great result. These are great figures. And the first result is absolutely fantastic. This is fourth line of the rating, 94.5 points. And he's got one more run to go. Remarkably so, Licari Držimi Motorsport feeling great in this qualifying round, considering that their leader hasn't even come on the qualifying run. Speaking about sim racing, sim racers usually have less problems starting the offline racing because they have got more information already. Grigory Gusev from Lukoil Racing Drift Team Toyota Supra A90, representing the city of Nakhodka. His best qualifying result is second place. And now let's see what he can do this time. I know that the environment is very different from the practice days, but Grigory Gusev had to miss the greatest part of the practice due to his transmission failure. Now he misses a touch and go. I haven't seen this far anything like this. It looks like he's just been trying to run faster, and this is where it takes him. He turns into a little line penalty. The rest is still okay. He collects touch and go 5, and then he falls in a broad line. He misses touch and go number 6. Even without any alternative lines, you can tell that. And now he's working through touch and go 7 without losing 4 points, and he continues running to touch and go 8. And here everything works out well for the driver of Lukoil Racing Drift Team. And the last sector, he's got to push away from the edge of the track, and here he manages to do it. Here's an interesting detail that I noticed. If we recall the event in St. Petersburg, there under the rain, the rear wheels were installed narrower. And this way, the wheels would hide a little bit in the arc. The rear clearance was narrower, and in some situations, it may be more comfortable for a driver, especially in the deficit of grip. I remind you that the grip reduces dramatically when the car gets wet. The grip can be twice less. And here, for some aesthetics, it was decided to leave it this way. But now the rear wheels are installed in the same way as they would be in a dry weather. Or maybe they can change something for the next run. Quite possible. By the way, speaking about the Popov brothers, there is also Maximilian Popov, who came to the podium in Formula 1. And we can't wait him to join us. That could be a family team of the Popovs. But now let's concentrate on Grigory Gusev. And, well, here is this very sad situation. Only 1 point it is, but losing it is very undesired. And speaking about the angles, everything is okay, but we saw that in touch and go 6 was ignored. The rear of the A90 has shifted towards us, and there was also a correction from 60 degrees to 13 or 12, and there was hardly any angle after that in this place. Even though visually it looked like there was more than 15 degrees, but on one hand we've got a tool, but on the other hand we also have got eyes, just like the pilots say, if your eyes contradict the device, believe the device. And there is an angle penalty in the third sector, which is the biggest because of this correction. But nevertheless, there is a result, and it is not bad. It is 86.5 points, and he's on the 20th line of the rating this far, but he's got one more attempt to go. And we proceed to the next driver, Anton Klimko, who not so long ago rose to a semi-final of an event for the second time in his career. It was in Etigora Drive. But when is the podium, Anton? We can't wait. But it looked like it was coming at the previous event, but no, not exactly. All right, another step is required, and I don't doubt that this driver is capable of that. In the meanwhile, Anton Klimko is doing another transition. He looked very aggressive on the dry asphalt. Now he's got to reduce this aggression a little bit, and now I've got the feeling that he's doing it right. At least he takes touch and go 4, and here he makes a transition which looks very deliberate, and touch and go 6, it's taken very well. And now the well-familiar curve, 105 meters to touch and go 7, and then 125 more to touch and go 8. And these meters are also taken very well in a very decisive manner. In this weather, this is a very impressive pace, at least compared to what we saw, with what we have seen this far. And now we watch the replays, and now the judges have to analyze everything. It looked pretty well, you know, even regardless of the changing weather compared to the yesterday's practice. It looked like Anton Klimko was perfectly prepared to such a turn of the circumstances. But of course, everyone is now watching the weather forecast. Everyone understands, everyone knows when they're coming out, and they try to predict what the weather might be like. And everyone must have worked with their adjustments. Yesterday, Anton Klimko had a very bad contact with Georgi Chivchyan, and it was so bad for Anton Klimko and so good for Gocha, because for Gocha there was no damage whatsoever, but Anton had to restore the body geometry. One of the fenders have been off, and the bar has been shifted, the front subframe has been shifted. Now it's back in its place, and we told about this during our news. They had to use a hammer on this beautiful car, wearing the beautiful colors. I think that this is one of the most beautiful F-22s ever anyone has built, and I'm not only speaking about Russian drifting in terms of controllability and speed, because an F-22 is a platform that kind of discredits itself in a way. In Europe, no one wants to drive it anymore. No one likes it, even though it used to be very popular for a while. But Russia used to be an oasis of Altezas. No one used to drive them. In Japan, it was quite a popular platform, but only for a while. After a while, everyone decided to get back to more classic chassis like Silvias, Supras and stuff. But here we also had this period when everyone liked these chassis, but now these times have passed. However, an S13 and S15, we still have got 6 of them. The most popular is E92, we've got 7 of them. F22, we've got 2, 12 Nissans, 12 Toyotas, 2 flankers, 2 Dodges. So we've got 6 E92s. Okay, so this is the quality. Supras, Zs, E92s, and S chassis, all are 6x6. This is pretty balanced, unexpectedly balanced, interesting. All right, we're waiting for the results of Anton Klimko, and the run looked very dynamic, very well balanced, and we remember the pace as well. We will see whether the style looks well. Yes, it does. Only 2 points penalty and only 1 point penalty for the angle, and that's it. Is this 97 if the judges don't change their minds? Because at first we celebrate, but it looks like we've got to scream. This is 97 points. We've got a new qualifying leader, Anton Klimko. Wow, wow, this is amazing. And this is a very good statement. And here comes the main specialist in slippery asphalt, the winners of Winter Drift Battle, Maxim Grossman and his Supra number 44, wearing the colors of Time Up Team. Let's see what he can show us. Yesterday, his transmission also let him down. His team had to work it, and they did. And here comes Maxim Grossman. He's on our screens, and he takes 2 first clips. By the way, this is also quite good pace in the first 2 sectors, at least. But Maxim has shown us what he's worth in Krasnoyarsk. He showed us that he can risk it, and that he can convert this risk into very good results. And now he takes touch and go 4, a transition into the 5, and then the Supra pushes away to collect touch and go 6. Maxim Grossman is now breaking into touch and go 7. Yes, now he's breaking touch and go 7, I'm sorry. And then he continues 125 meters, and then touch and go 8, and Maxim collects it without any problems. A microscopic corrections between the two nines, and he finishes, and the judges will now think it over if we deserve anything higher than 97 points, or this is still worth waiting. Wow, that was a cool stunt together with our drone. Yes, I loved it, but let's continue. We have spoken about some sim drifting. Why don't we do any sim drifting right now? Maxim Grossman has won a qualifying once this season, and his best result in the qualifying at this configuration was 2nd place. By the way, what year was that? It's hard to guess. Maxim Grossman feels very good here, and, well, which we see. It doesn't matter if it's wet or dry, if it's snowing or raining or an earthquake or whatever else may happen. Let's see all of them, because everything has happened this season to us. And yeah, really, this is outstanding run in terms of the angle stability, in terms of any angles, and in terms of the confidence with the acceleration. I felt a little bit anxious when he was approaching touch and go 7, but he held on to the track. Yes, he got some paint on his rear wheel. They used to paint the sides of the wheel, but here this is the protector, the thread. But that's okay. Immediately he left the white line and it got clean, and it got back to its initial black color. And speaking about the activity of the windshield cleaner, the rain is still on, but at least it's not pouring. I don't see any rivers on the track. I don't see any serious brooks like we saw in Krasnoyarsk. But there, you see, the autodrome is very different. We love the red ring, of course, but yeah, too much for the style, especially in the first sectors, which makes a total of -7 for the style and -3 for the angle, -2. 91 it is. 91. First of all, it's very good, but after Anton, we start expecting something more. But this is exactly the story when the run, which looks smooth and slow, is super cool. Just like in circuit racing and in drifting, it works this way. Now, the leader of the personal rating, Likar одержимый Motorsport, Arkady Tsaregradzev, who's got to qualify better than Damir Diaturin, better than 88.5 points in order to get himself the title. And to start with, he's got to overcome these hundreds of wet asphalt, hundreds of meters of the wet asphalt, and he starts very confidently. No one expected anything else. And now he is definitely going to touch and go number 4, then transition to touch and go 5, and then he shifts inward. This is a beautiful line here, drawn by Arkady Tsaregradzev. Most importantly, he's got to continue it in the same beautiful manner. And this is where he is going. He takes touch and go 7, and Arkady Tsaregradzev is closing closer to the finish. Touch and go 8 is taken. Then the last transition into touch and go 9 naturally, and the last dotted line, the last pressing on the acceleration pedal, and a result of finish. But Damir Diaturin has done a lot to make it easier for Arkady Tsaregradzev. Now let's check what the judges say, but I've got a feeling that this is gonna be something around 90 at least. I reminded that Damir Diaturin had 88.5 points and 19th line in the qualifying protocol. Can you imagine? Yes, this is the way things work here. We've got 18 drivers in the 90-plus club. It's pretty stuffy out there. They've got to open the window, perhaps, so that it's not so hot in there. We've got the face of Arkady Tsaregradzev. You can count how many times the drivers blink their eyes while doing their qualifying run. Usually they don't blink even once. One of the on boards of European Rally Championship, they saw that the driver blinked only 5 times in the rally, and it's not 900 meters. It's a little more. It's not 35 seconds, like 8 or 10 minutes. And you can see how concentrated they are. I don't want to say that rally is more difficult or less difficult, but here in drifting, the price of any mistake is more, just because the distance is less. I think it's more than in any other discipline. But recalling the times when Sylvia of Georgi Chivchyan used to look like it has a little hair on it because it was laid with cameras, now it looks more humble, but it's because we've got 360 cameras, so you can use less of them, fewer of them, with the same result. There are 2 drift dynamics blocks to make it more precise, I guess. Yes, doubling it. Everything is done to improve the precision, because a lot depends on drift dynamics systems, especially when there are not so many loops like here. This is another gesture to Igora Drive, because there they decided to make it easier for us. Here it was a little harder. But Igora Drive, there is another problem. They've got their drift dynamic system doesn't really work properly. There are lots of things that do not work. Everything that flies doesn't really work. But here, all the speed criteria used to be relevant, and while they were, everything worked well, and we always saw the score, but now we are waiting for the score of Vladimir Safonov and for the criteria that Vladimir Safonov will set up for the tandem runs. We will try to do it as fast as possible, because the time is always against us. And once again, we've got this ghost of rescheduling some of the tandem runs for tomorrow. Of course, we will do everything we can so that it doesn't happen, but safety first. Arkady Tsarigradzev has fulfilled the first part of his mission, this is for sure. -1.5 points for the angle and -2 for the style, which is the total of 96.5. So he doesn't take the leadership away from Anton Klemko, and he doesn't really need it that much. This far, he has done exactly what he had to do, what mattered, and now we understand that Ruslan Arefyev, Alexei Kozlov and Alexander Abramov are not going to top 32, unfortunately. Alexander Abramov still has a chance in the health group, but we haven't had any official announcement this far. And now we watch how Sergei Sak starts his second run in. And VZ, driven by the 2-time champion of Belarus and the champion of Eastern Europe, has already run to touch and go 1 in the 2 sectors. Now touch and go 2. The paint is spreading around like a mascara on the face of a crying schoolgirl. And now he is driving downhill to transition number 2 in order to take touch and go 5 and to shift inward towards touch and go 6, and therefore to go to this sweeper going uphill, up and up and up to the summit, which is only 6 meters high. But at the end of all these efforts, a part of touch and go 8, which is 4 points, Sergei is also getting 4 points for these 2 clips, and here he also not losing. No, he is losing. He is losing it all. The very finish, there was so little left, maybe something like 30 meters or even less. Let's try to figure out what the reason might be. But most importantly, Sergei Sak has got 80.5 points, so he's got a reserved place in top 32. Nothing else matters. And we will definitely... It looked like the car's front axle got stuck, and it started spinning around that front axle. But everyone is strong when they analyze everything that happened. Everyone knows what had to be done, but in the moment, no one knows. So he's 30th. I guess Sergei Sak counted for something more exciting, and there might be a very interesting opponent. But the entire Autobahn team is in top 32 already, which is great. In terms of the team's competition, everything is also very exciting. I remind you that the leader is now Takayama Forward Auto, and the next one is Time Up team. What is interesting, both teams are from Krasnoyarsk. Artyom Shabanov is now the main rival of, is the main candidate for opponent of Sergei Sak. At least this is the current situation in the qualifying protocol. If anyone moves anyone, but there can be different variations. It's very unlikely that anything changes, that Sergei Sak goes to another place, because everyone who theoretically could shift him down have already been out. So I don't expect anything to change here. Maxim Grossman may go higher, I guess. The 10th now is Ilya Popov, if I'm not mistaken. Vladislav Popov is 6th, and Ilya Popov is 10th. And this is 92.5 points. And generally, I remind you that we've got 19 people in the 90-plus club. So you can get a 90-plus club and still not get into top 16. Timofey Dobrovolsky is the 19th in the qualifying with 90.5 points. Vladislav Popov is now coming out. We just mentioned him and his brother. And here he is. He had a brilliant first run. Licaro de Motorsport, 94.5 result in the first run. He's currently 6th. So now let's see his second. If Vladislav can improve his achievement, his first one was definitely respectable, but he's got things to fight for. Let's see what he does, the driver from Licaro de Motorsport. The first part of the squad section of the track has been passed. He collects touch and go 2, and then through touch and go 3, he carefully draws a curve towards touch and go 4. This is the time for transition. Here it comes. It's time to let the handbrake go and press the accelerator, and he does it. You can see that the asphalt is very wet and there are splashes of water coming out instead of the smoke. Touch and go 7 is taken, and now there is very little left until touch and go 7. No problems whatsoever. 2 9s are also under the left rear wheel, and carefully this way along the no-go zone and the borders of the track, Vladislav finishes his run. This is a very solid run. It looks like the things that we thought were hard turned out to be easier. Someone might say that, these are Safonov's things, Safonov's criteria that have been cancelled, but we should say that, first of all, there is a draw. So the sequence of the qualifying is random. There could be some rains yesterday, and then Vladimir could get 2 sets of data, and he could use both today. But, well, the weather is an unpredictable kind of thing. As it happened at Agora Drive, there in the process of the qualifying, everything got wet, and Vladimir immediately found his way around and realized what the drivers had to do in such an environment. And also Danilo Vorobyov helped him a lot, setting the references for all of his rivals. But this is an element of competition. This is what happened at the Red Ring after Maxim Grossman's run, when the judges realized that you could go aggressive with great acceleration and big angles, and that everyone who didn't do that would get penalized due to Maxim. And they really regretted that they had Maxim Grossman among them, and Maxim won the qualifying. But the run was really inspiring. It is something that we rarely say about qualifying. The qualifying is not usually so memorable, but sometimes in such patchy environment, Maxim Grossman just went all in, and he accelerated and he initiated, and this was phenomenal, absolutely fantastic. I'm sorry for speaking about this during Vladislav's run, but everything is clear with Vladislav. Both runs are very good, and the question is how these delicate details can be evaluated and what score they bring. But the asphalt has now stabilized. Now it's evenly wet, and it is helpful for the drivers, because in the first run, I guess it was more slippery than it was now. Now it's easier to predict. Now let's take a look at the score of Vladislav Popov. I remind you that he's currently 6th in the qualifying rating with 94.5 points result for the first round, regardless of all the difficulties. Please notice that in the turn of touch and go 2 and touch and go 3, there is a little counter tilt. This is why the paint is flowing that way, and the paint is now demonstrating the profile of the track. And for the similar reason, it was there was an option of shifting touch and go 4, but finally they decided not to do it. They decided to, they were considering to shift it to the right, but finally they decided to leave it as it is, because there is always an opportunity that the judges take a look at the practice and decide to change something. Minus 4.5. So this is 95.5. And Vladislav Popov now takes off to the 3rd place, and he overcomes Artyom Shabanov, and he becomes the opponent of Sergei Sak. Yes, so now Sergei Sak changes Artyom Shabanov for one of the Popovs. So Sergei Sak is not moving anywhere, but on the top something might change. This is not cancelled. Yes, the 3rd in the personal competition, 3rd in the qualifying. Too bad my numerology didn't work out. Vladislav Popov has got now 11th starting number and 11th place. Okay. Grigory Gusev is doing his 2nd run in the qualifying. He had 86.5 points, and it looks like the wheels have been readjusted. Let's see where it takes Grigory Gusev from Lukoil Racing Drift Team. He collects touch and go number 3, and now he's running towards the 4th. Yes, he works out very well. All the problems were in touch and go 6, if you remember it well. And now it looks like the problems have been cured. At least he collects touch and go 6, and he begins running with some little correction on the way towards touch and go 7. Now there's 125 meters left, and then here comes the last 5th sector. And here is the transition, and the first touch and go 9 could be missed. This is what we will see in one of the replays. But in this configuration, the car looks more obedient. It looks like it doesn't fall into large angles anymore. It looks like it accelerates in a more efficient way, and it looks like it's kind of more solid on the wet track. But here is another thing that comes up. Since the rear wheels are quite narrow, it is harder now to collect the touch and goes, because it is harder to reach out for them. But as far as I remember, touch and go 6 was missed in the first run, but here he took it. Too bad. This is touch and go number 9/1, and it's 2 points, and it's missed. And even here, when he falls on a deep angle, he manages to regain control. And the question is, if he was running on a broad line, he might have spinned around. So one productive run has happened. Now the judges will tell us how much productive it was. But recalling the first run, I guess that we can count for some good improvement. Or any improvement at all. I guess we should expect. The nearest rivals of Grigory Gusev are Artur Zeleny and Ilya Fedorov on the 21st and 22nd place, respectively. Ilya Fedorov had 81.5, and Artur Zeleny had a 0 for the second run. So if it's 88, for example, then Grigory Gusev can rise to the 21st place. Will it influence his destiny? I'm not sure. We don't know, because even the driver doesn't know. This is the problem of the qualifying. You may try hard, especially when you are a rookie. You are so nervous. You are working hard to get to top 5, and then there is some little eclipse that happens to Evgeny Losyev, for example. I'm sorry for mentioning him, or Georgy Chivchyan, or whoever else. And then in top 32, the poor rookies hit them, and then they say, "Mommy, mommy, mommy," and lose and go home crying. Okay, so this is 26 for the line, 29 for the angle, and 32 for the style, making a total of 87. And this is a half a point improvement. All right. And the position remains the same. He is 23rd. All right. Why not? He is pretty comfortable sitting there. And now the leader of the qualifying for a second, my dear friends, Anton Klimko. In the first round, he had 97 points. And now Anton Klimko, by the way, can get in the qualifying winners. There have been 37 in the entire history. He may get the 38th. And now his vehicle is now on his second run. He will try to improve his 97 points. Why not give it a try? This far, he hasn't got any rivals. There's no one with the same result. So this is not a matter for comparison. This far, I emphasize it. Now, Anton Klimko is taking touch and go 4 as he's doing the second transition. And without a handbrake, he is doing all that. There was just a little handbrake move. And then he is running towards touch and go 7. Yes, he takes it. And then he moves up the hill and up towards touch and go 8. And the last transition takes touch and go 9 in 2 parts. And then through the last sector, through the last curve, he finishes. This was just awesome. In this qualifying, Anton Klimko doesn't know such a word as correction because he's been super stable and super firm in all the angles, extremely precise and straight, and with a very good pace, which is also remarkable. It looks like spending winter in Krasnoyarsk brings its fruit. It looks like he's got a huge experience of running on the winter red ring because he feels so much comfortable on this wet asphalt. We've been admiring his wet practice. He's been so aggressive and so deliberate. But now what we see now is over the top because you feel so much confidence. I wouldn't say that I'm so much surprised. I am not, but this is mesmerizing. This is one of the best runs ever. And let's see the score for the second round. There are some drivers who can still compete with him. There are only 2 of them, but both have got a huge potential. We're speaking about Maxim Grossman and Arkady Tsarigradzev. Arkady Tsarigradzev currently is the second, definitely. He is losing half a point to Anton Klimko. Maxim Grossman is 18th with 91 points. Of course, we expected something better from him, but still he has a chance. He's got a second run, which is inevitable. And it looks like everything is doubling in my eyes. No, this is a drone that saves me from the déjà vu. I think the second run was slightly faster, and also it was maybe a little bit easier because in the second run the track is wetter because you can see more reflection in the asphalt on the right-hand side. Now they finished together, so he caught up with himself, chasing the ghost. All right, so we're waiting for the last 2 runs of this qualifying. Maxim Grossman, and here they are. Oh, there is an improvement. 1.5 points, a half a point, 97.5, and the position of Anton Klimko is even firmer. Wow. And now all the fans worry about the fate of this driver of St. Petersburg. The entire city of St. Petersburg worry, can he stand against the Siberians? Maxim Grossman, the first one. The driver of Time Up team. And now the first gear is on with a sound. And now the light goes green. And the black and blue Supra is going on the scored section of the track. Maxim Grossman is initiating 2 first clips without any questions whatsoever. The first transition, touch and go 2, and here we go, up and up and up from the start, 10 meters up to touch and go 3, through touch and go 4 to the second transition along the white line. Maxim Grossman is opening up without using the handbrake, at least none that I see. There is no obvious rear wheel block. And then touch and go 7. There is a microscopic correction, or maybe it doesn't even matter. And then touch and go 8. And the last transition into touch and go 9, which he hits exactly, collects both touch and goes number 9, and draws this line, which is not too wide and not too narrow, without any contradictions with the judge's assignment. So this is a very solid run, but Maxim Grossman is a well-known wet drifting master and a very confident, very cold-blooded driver. He's also very good at speaking, he's very good at drifting, so he is a champion of a winter drift battle for a reason. By the way, we've got Maxim Grossman, Evgeny Losov and Danilo Skorobogatov. They're all champions of winter drift battle. Evgeny Losov is a 5-time champion, and what is also interesting, I don't doubt that there is an improvement. I don't think that this is a 91-point run, but would it be enough to surpass Anton Klimko? That's a big question. And as far as Anton Klimko is concerned, Anton Klimko is having his 30th event, which is a good reason for the first achievement, but there is not such a driver who wins the qualifying and then loses in top 32 and would be content. So this luck, this satisfaction can be different. You may qualify in the 32nd place, but if you win the event, you will be more satisfied. And everyone will be going like, wow, he jumped on the running away train, the 32nd place, but then he wins. But if you win the event, no one cares about the qualifying, right? Yes, there are the 3 points that everyone wants to get, the 3 victories, which is the qualifying victory, the personal victory, and the team victory. The 3 points that everyone is struggling for. Usually with the today's scoring system, once you win the personal victory, it is easy to get the team's victory as well. But the event victory is something that everyone is craving for most of all. This is -5, right? -5. This is 95 points. There is an improvement as predicted. And this is 6th place. Yes, he overcomes Andreas Stapov with the same result, with 1 point difference in the second attempt. Not bad. So now Arkady Tseregratsev, the X moment for Anton Klimko. Most of all, Arkady Tseregratsev has got nothing to fight for anymore. No buy runs are possible in this situation, so being first doesn't give him anything but an extra trophy, and he's got plenty, but Anton hasn't got any. But nevertheless, I'm sure that Arkady Tseregratsev is extremely motivated. And it is also important to make a step into top 32 with the confidence, because this is the most complicated stage for every driver. And it is always very demotivating to lose in top 32, because then you give the destiny of the title to the hands of your rivals. And this is very, very unpleasant. But Arkady Tseregratsev is not under any kind of threat, except for who is there, who might be his opponent. Anatoly Sherbak, I guess, if I'm not mistaken, at this moment. And now he can probably fight for Anatoly Kizin. I don't know who he would prefer, but what I definitely know is that in the last sector, the run looks absolutely great, in the second run as well, and there is nothing to comment about. Let's just analyze. This is a very sharp initiation, a big angle which was not required, and the acceleration is pressed too late. A little angle after the first transition, then there is a correction before touching go 3, and this is where you can suggest that this is not the first place run. This is not a 97.5, and this is at least 98 points that he needs to get to win the qualifying round. But I don't want to take up any responsibility. Yes, I am now speaking for the judges, which I shouldn't do because the judges may have a different opinion and they may have their own logic and their own philosophy. Maybe these were the only 2 mistakes and they will just deduct 1.5 points and it would be 98.5. Who knows? But I agree that generally the impression is good. But for some reason, I think that this is not a 98.5. He's got 98. He needs 98 to win. But Anton was simply amazing. He's got 97, then 97.5. It would be fun if Arkady gets 97. And then Arkady and Anton will have half a point difference in both runs. But, well, let's get back to the reality. Arkady now may breathe out because at this stage he has done the maximum that he could do to get closer to his championship title. Now his main mission is to get to top 8. This is not as simple as it may seem. Plus, there are lots of other candidates who will try to hold him back. But, by the way, if Arkady Tserigratsev hits Anatoly Sherbak, he will have huge motivation to help Damir Diatulin. But motivation is one thing, and putting it into practice is another thing. Because the level, the experience is in place in favor of Arkady Tserigratsev. And congratulations to Anton Klimko on the first qualifying victory, Anton! This was a great qualifying. Arkady Tserigratsev is also doing great. This was a great second run. 91 points is also a great result, amazing, but now Anton Klimko becomes the 38th winner of the qualifying, and he's the winner of the 100s event qualifying. A great achievement. Congratulations. This was super cool. Now let's take a look at the qualifying results. Anton Klimko, Arkady Tserigratsev, Vladislav Popov, Artem Shabanov, Roman Tivadar, Maxim Grossman, Andrei Astapov, Georgy Chivchyan. Top 8, the first 8 in our rating. The next, Danila Vorobyov, Kirill Matskevich, Ilya Popov, Leonid Schneider, Vladislav Yerofeev. What a comeback on the 13th line then. And he's higher than Evgeny Losев, then Ivan Palmin. Anton Kozlov is only 16th. Then comes Denis Smigal, Grigory Burlutsky, Timofey Dobrovolsky, who finishes the 90-plus club. Damir Diatulin is only 20th. Then Ilya Fedorov is the 21st. Then followed by Artur Zeleny, Grigory Gusev, and Dmitry Sherbina on the 24th place. Artem Leitis is the 25th, followed by Pyotr Borodin, Sergei Kuznetsov, Dmitry Yermokhin, Anatoly Sherbak is on the 29th place. Sergei Sak, Anatoly Kizin, and Anton Dmitrienko on the 32nd position, which means that Arkady Tserigratsev is meeting Anatoly Kizin. And we regret to say goodbye to those who failed to qualify. Predator Drift team is there. Now we take a break while we prepare for the opening ceremony, and we will meet in this format.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в приложении Яндекс.Еда.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Это должны знать все! С ВТБ нам выгодны дорог.
А почему выгодно? С дебетовой карты ВТБ скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50%.
С ВТБ нам выгодны
Получайте скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50% с картой ВТБ. ВТБ. Все получится.
Читайте в августовском номере журнала «Пятое колесо». Зачем россияне кинулись скупать китайские пикапы? Почему управлять автомобилем можно до 100 лет? Кто станет лидером мобильной торговли? Назовут на выставке «Комавтотранс». Журнал «Пятое колесо». Свежий номер уже в продаже. 16+.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Если радио, то максимум.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историями. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Профессиональная гоночная команда Fresh Racing. Действующие чемпионы RDS Prix. В нашем арсенале 3 лютые Toyota Supra A80 на 2 JZ. Номер 33 – отец-основатель Денис Мигаль. Номер 9 – король квалификаций Дамир Идиатуллин. Номер 81 – сибирский силовик Евгений Лосев. Двигайся с нами и звони нам на пейджер.
Мы — команда, которая не боится перемен и готова идти на риск. Мы не просто едем, мы диктуем ритм гонки. Мы тайм-ап. Мы больше, чем гоночная команда. И наше время не просто наступило. Наше время сейчас.
Привез вам показать карету короля дальних земель. Пробег от дворца до дворца. Не бита, не крашена, на нее даже ни разу не нападали.
А это мы сейчас и узнаем в бесплатном отчете. Свяжись с продавцом.
Получите бесплатный отчет о машине, связавшись с продавцом. Автору. История авто бесплатно.
RDS GP — это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Мы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка.
Take it easy, honey.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
А ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как это возможно?
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит.
Это автоспорт, детка.
Вообще, за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск.
Мы этим живем.
couldn't be happier.
Вообще поговорим, мы за это и любим дрифт.
Но в любом случае, ты когда приезжаешь на соревнования, ты хочешь победить.
За 5 минут мы хоть что-то можем сделать? Или я пойду сейчас бить козлом? Не, вот этого не надо.
В 2024-м явных преимуществ технических не было ни у кого.
За РДС Европы, ребята, надо следить.
Там нормальные пацаны ездят.
Там вырастает будущее. Все прекрасно. Мы не проиграли сегодня.
Наверное, дрифт — это вообще история настолько уникальная, что и сравнивать не с чем. Мы одни такие.
Шинная борьба. 4-й сезон.
И не сказали, что вы не успеваете.
Я думаю, что мы им показали, что они не такие недосягаемые, как, возможно, некоторым из них кажется.
Темная лошадка, казалось бы, ноунейм-пилот может стать чемпионом.
Повторить это сложно, а без подготовки должно невозможно.
Кубок России по дрифту на уникальной гоночной конфигурации Ростов-Арена. Топовые пилоты RDS GP и RDS Open, Дым и Драйв ждут вас 4 и 5 октября в Ростове-на-Дону. Билеты на сайте tickets.drifte.ru.
Touch my sleeve. Niggas out there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Up on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't know if you could kiss, you might fall out.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen, вкус отличен. На уровень новый он, мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово, продумано все заранее. На новый уровень, на новый level. Level Kitchen, доставим, где бы ты не был.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? На стадион? Или в спортзал? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.